and welcome along, and welcome to the second round of the fourth season of the Farming Simulator League. I am Virtual Farmer, and I'm joined here this morning by Mr. Terminator Live.
Hello,
Welcome,
everyone.
my friend.
Good morning.
And by Copter, and by Casting by Copter as well. Welcome along, my friend.
Good morning.
How are we both this morning?
I'm getting there. I've got coffee now, so bear with me. But I'm getting there this morning. Happy to be here, and it always means business when I hear hello and welcome along. We know that it's ready. Virtual Farmers signaled it, and we're here, and we're excited. We've got Cortiva versus My Insanity, don't we? For the first game coming up.
We do.
That's going to be an interesting one. Of course, Trelleborg last month. Coming out on top. It's a new season, but some things just don't change, right?
I'm still blown away by how they won last month. I still don't know how they did it, and that's what is exciting for me about it, because can they repeat it this weekend? Is really the big question.
Yeah, I think that everybody has been thinking about that. Trelleborg of the victory on the last tournament, and I think for the past 2-3 weeks, I think that's been the discussion all the time.
So we are going to have a quick recap of how you play the FSL, and then we are going to be right back, I think. We will see you in a moment.
Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely, so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff, so make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
So there we go. There is an overview of the FSL. If you are new to it, welcome along. If you are a returning viewer and a veteran of the FSL here, welcome back to you as well. We have really interesting set of 4 matches today. We're going to kick off with a big one, actually. We're going to kick off with My Insanity versus Cortiva today, which should be really good. My Insanity be playing very, very well last round, I think.
They were, yeah, they definitely were playing well. And for this being a first round match today, this is a pretty tasty one in the first round between these two. Cortiva went out last month in the qualifiers to Bednar, who ended up being runners-up to Trelleborg. So I'm expecting more things from Bednar. We won't see them today. On the broadcast, at least, they are playing later against Sim Game Alliance off of the broadcast. But here's our standings after the first tournament. Still really too early to make too many crazy predictions, and of course we tend to curse people with our predictions, don't we? So we maybe teams don't want us to do that. But after the first tournament, there's still a lot up in the air. But I mean, Trelleborg on top is, I didn't know what to expect coming into season 4, but Trelleborg have adapted to these changes, I think, already in season 4. Interested to see how they play here today now with the second tournament. I feel like I don't know what you guys think, but I feel like teams are still filling out the changes that have happened in season 4, and it's still too hard to predict.
Very much so. And this is the tournament brackets for the first round this morning. It is we've got 3 play-in games for the first round. Then the second round of play-ins today, we've got we then bring all the teams in. So we've got a lot of teams actually in this round. There's a huge amount. We've got, and lots of new names today as well. I see we've got our South African team actually taking on Trelleborg later, and yeah, just it seems to have exploded a little bit for round 2, which is really good to see.
I mean,
oh, go ahead, Copter.
Yeah, I want to touch a little bit the Cortiva situation. I mean, Cortiva, yes, they went earlier out on the last tournament, but if you remember the series, they actually had a huge amount of points. They had 973, then 1,100, and then again above 900 on the third series. And Bednar actually won that series by getting more than 1,000 points in all of the matches. So Cortiva's performance, I don't think that the result from the last tournament actually reflects the reality.
That's a really good point, and I feel like Cortiva probably have a case to say that they've got bad luck compared to some of the other teams, with the teams that they end up coming up against sometimes on those Saturday qualifiers. Last season it was happening a lot too, where they were playing Trelleborg or John Deere or Valtra and then not making it through to Sunday. So they are a really strong team. So I'm interested to see. It's kind of My Insanity, like Alex said earlier, kind of on the uptick, and they're growing and getting better and better as time goes on.
So here we go. My Insanity versus Cortiva, with My Insanity picking their ban first, and they have banned the Manitou. I think we're going to see both telehandlers banned from them here. Whereas
it wouldn't be
Cortiva's
surprising.
first ban. No, not at all. With the new setup as well, you can get a lot of bales back with those Manitous. The Fent and the Case Humor. So that's 2 of the 2 fastest, I think. Care wheel tractors are out, and yeah, there we go. The second telehandler has gone. Yeah, not unexpected that at all.
No, not at all. It's real fun though. Like, to be honest, like we've had just minor changes really, for the most part. But I didn't know what to expect coming into season 4, with these changes to the client, with transport company gone, and I feel like we learned some of the tactics that teams are going to start using. But I feel like there's still a lot to develop here, and I feel like maybe after this tournament, maybe even the next one, like we'll start to feel like maybe things are a little bit more settled in. We've got Big Hall against Bottleneck right here, which is a pretty popular matchup for team perks that we saw last time. We definitely saw these two being utilized. We saw Unstoppable some as well. I don't know if we really saw Herbicide much as a team perk last time around. Maybe one or two times it was picked. But we're still learning as we go through season 4 here what to expect and what the meta is going to be.
And interesting choice on Cortiva's side, 3 stacking tractors. So they're really going for getting as many bales back as quickly as they can. Whereas Mindsanity have grabbed the very large Voltra, which is 400 horsepower. They're looking to get one of the big balers on that, I think, as quickly as possible and get that producing bales as fast as they can. And the teams are off. Oh, and Lars has hit the barrier on his way out.
not the smoothest of starts, but at least there's plenty of time to make up for it now.
Be interesting to see if that gives him access to a baler or harvester. It's just that tiny, even a second delay can cause you to miss out.
Yeah, it's important from the get-go. If you're new to the FSL, these pods that are around the starting area, only one team can capture each of these pieces of equipment you see on the pods. So if your opponent beats you to something that you really want for your strategy, you are all of a sudden having to adapt on the fly. Doesn't really seem like we've had any fights for similar equipment here between these two in the first game of the second tournament, but it can happen at times, and there's the draw bridges, and wonder how long before we get our first victim of the bridges today.
And Yan coming in. Both with a 133 on their first bail. Good first bail from both teams there, I think. That's for the I don't want to say slowness, the carefulness of their delivery of their first bails. Those were quite big scores.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, we did see like a 147 last month. I believe that was the biggest one, if I am remembering correctly. So we have the possibility to see some pretty high scores for the first bail. I think last time JK from Trelleborg was in chat saying he was going to get 149. It ended up 147. But really close. So there's been little things like that. We had 140 was the highest for first bail that you could get last season. So, as we go on, we're finding out all of these new kinks and changes to the rules. The harvesters, for example, are faster this year. So you're going to get more grain down. And if you can make sure that you time things right and get all of this grain that you get down, all the straw that you put down, rather, baled, then that's the name of the game, really, that I'm seeing so far in this season. We've seen some high bale numbers, high 40s, almost like into the 50s for bale count. So, but the overall scores have gone down a bit, I think, because there's not as many combos being, happening, is there? So
no, and I think I say I have no idea how Trelleborg took the final last week, being at the disadvantage they were. But what it really comes down to is just bale numbers. They just produced so many bales in order to get the points they needed. We have Crazy Tool versus Speed Limit as the drops, and both teams seem to be ignoring them. They're a little bit out of the way for either of them to go and get at the moment.
Crazy Tool.
Yan is now.
in the 12th minute, I love. That's one of the changes that I love the most.
Yeah.
So far in season 4, for sure.
Oh.
But
And Lucas is going for it. Which one's he going for? He is grabbing Crazy Tool.
and my Insanity went for a speed limit, which is pretty interesting. But this is kind of what we saw from my Insanity last month. They played this bottleneck tactic. They go ahead and deliver grain pretty early on so that they can get back and get more and bring it in. And they've done this last month. We've seen this kind of, these two strategies against each other, and Big Haul can work, but blue team to be able to counteract it, if you, or whoever you are going up against Big Haul, you need to be delivering your grain super early, as fast as possible, with your auger wagon, and then getting it back and getting it filled up again, so that you can really counteract the amount that Big Haul carries, right?
And possibly even getting the harvesters up there. If you can get your overloader and your harvesters up there, you can easily counter Big Haul. But it is a case then of getting all of the grain to be able to do that, and possibly means harvesting for that little bit longer than you may not be comfortable with.
It's interesting
Now,
that one of these teams is going to be out after round 1 too, because these are two teams that you would expect to be, you know, competing for those spots in the finals tomorrow. But only one team is even going to make it to round 2, and we'll still have to fight another opponent for a chance to get into the finals. This is a matchup that, you know, we would expect to see later on in a tournament. But here they are facing off early on, and it makes things interesting. It's a good one to kick things off for the second tournament.
still no points scored by my Insanity while they have 3 times multiplier. And I think this is an important part of the strategy if you are doing... if you're going up against Paul and you're doing that early delivery of grain, you do need to get some bales in at this point, because your biggest threat at the moment is if grain multiplier turns up at that 8-minute mark. That hits. It is very, very difficult to counter.
And right on cue, here goes PB with 3 bales, and I would assume that we're going to see PB score these right away. So 10 points per bale for the bales put into the bottom of the barn, 10 points multiplied by your team's current multiplier for bales put in via the conveyor into the top of the barn. So right now, it would be 30 points per bale for my Insanity. So if all 3 of these can get in, they're going to have 90 points right here from those 3. And you have to expect that Cortiva will be delivering their Big Haul trailer here soon, which holds 59,000 liters, and there goes Richie now to deliver that. So this could work in either team's favor here as well. Like if this is bale multiplier and it pops up, maybe my Insanity want to try to score some more. But we do have...
it is grain multiplier.
So would you get silo
closed
closed if you're my Insanity to counteract this? Like especially if you can beat their truck here. Richie's going to get some of this unloaded, I think.
He is. And points have been scored. The 90 points have gone in for my Insanity. And my Insanity are waiting for that grain to drop before they do that. And I think, yes, there they go. They've gone for grain multiplier. And immediately, my Insanity disrupts things by closing the silo. Absolutely fantastic. The silo is going to be closed for longer than the grain multiplier.
That was like a high noon showdown, Western movie style there. I love when those moments happen. Teams trying to wait for the other team, trying to bait them in, see what they're going to do. We were sitting here and we knew what was going to happen with those two drops.
My Insanity now need to just score. They have another 55 seconds of that 3 times multiplier, and they have to have these bales in because it's just going to give them such an advantage going into the back half of this match.
Yeah,
Some astoundingly good play from my Insanity here.
and Richie has had to leave the silo, go back out into the field now for a little bit. So it's all about that disruption. It could pay off for my Insanity. Cortiva could still get back in this. They do have a 7 bale advantage right now, partly because they've not scored any extra bales. They've scored.
Look at all those points.
They did score
Where are
10
you?
points at some point. They've put a bale into the top or the bottom, maybe just to break up a combo potential. But other than that, Cortiva have yet to really start scoring their bales.
That is some fantastic play. I love to see that level of disruption.
But I mean, this is kind of the strategy of Big Hall, isn't it? Cortiva very well could still win this with just under 6 minutes to go. But Big Hall is kind of like playing the long game because you're taking extra time to fill up a larger trailer one time and take it in, as now they are delivering their grain. And at the same time, my Insanity are ready to deliver their second load of grain. So they have evened things out at 2 times to 2 times, and that's the perfect way to counter Big Hall, really. And they've been scoring points in the meantime and getting a nice little lead.
That having the grain multiplier is exactly what Cortiva wanted. Having it with silo closed is that's just mean.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate drop for Cortiva, because if it had
really
been
was.
anything but silo close, I think they would have preferred it. But that's how it happens sometimes.
And that point difference is just massive at the moment. But there are a huge number more bales at the moment for Cortiva.
Yeah,
And they are
13.
just going to load these in now.
They're going to have to score all of these, like, through the top, though. So at this point, like, yeah, you have a nice bale advantage, but can you score them all? My Insanity has less
And not
pressure
doing it
on
that
them.
way, you can't.
Right, and now PB has a lot less bales that he has to worry about as we go through the end of the round. There's 7 outstanding for my Insanity now, but they're going to end up with more put into the barn by the end of this round than that. Yeah, but 10 bales right now, that would be enough if this remains the difference in bottom boost, and it's been picked up by Cortiva. That's a huge moment, and now they can just hurry up and get these into the bottom. That is a massive
They are
super
not
drop.
in position to take. They are not in position to take advantage of it right now. They've got another 30-ish seconds. Yeah, 31 seconds.
Don't crash. That would be the worst time. Just get these into the bottom. Don't get stuck, though. This is kind of risky trying to shove this one in. He's done well. Kind of caught a little bit of the corner of that one. But they need someone else here right now pushing these in. They are losing.
They are not set up to get these in here. He's got to do a lot of maneuvering to get these bales in, and it's taking precious moments every single bale that he's having to back out and sort it, and it's gone. There were not that many points scored while the bottom boost was there.
You never know what the drops and super drops are going to be, but you know, if you're going to grab something like bottom boost, it's the same thing with Crazy Tool. You need to have someone ready to take advantage of them as soon as you grab them, because they don't last long, and you want to utilize every single second.
I think that's why Cortiva have so many more bales. Got Crazy Tool at that 12-minute mark. But my Insanity went for the disruptive play and grabbed the slow down instead. But that's the reason for the bale discrepancy that has now all but disappeared.
Yeah, there's
I
not
mean,
enough
there's only
bales in it.
5 bales difference.
Yeah, there's definitely not enough bales in it now with the gap that we have for Cortiva to close this lead with 2 minutes to go. We've had an oops, meanwhile, somewhere. Someone for Cortiva has done something and crashed. It's not Rablix. It's not Richie. Where's Lucas at the moment is the question.
Is he somewhere in the moat?
PB has just been really solid with the stacking, I say, as two fall off. But my point still stands. I hope these two go in now, or I'm just going to stop talking for his sake. And this John Deere.
Yeah, they're in.
This John Deere is, banned quite a bit because the 6120M that is in the FSL is, I think, without a doubt, the best stacker that you can get.
I would agree.
On a tractor.
Maybe next to the two
Telehandlers.
two telehandlers.
Yeah, those are good
And
too.
they are
in a
just-
different way, aren't they?
Yeah, and
And
actually,
the Lindner, if you can handle it, the Lindner is a nice little
Lindner again,
piece of
with
machinery.
The four-wheel steer on that is just a brilliant little tractor as well. It's the problem with the Lindner compared to the John Deere is that it's so much lighter that it's very easy to make it go over forwards if you grab too many bales.
I've used the Lindner before when I'm playing on scrimmages on Fridays, and it is terrifying, to be honest. Like, I feel like if you can master the Lindner, then you're going to be pretty good in the FSL, because the handling on it is tricky, especially when you're thinking about stacking with speed. If we're talking about regular farm sim and I'm trying to stack my bales all nice and neat and you get things all in order, then I'm not having as much trouble, like almost turning it over. But
Yeah.
when speed is a factor, the story changes. So My Insanity takes the first of the best of three, and My Insanity consistently scoring over 1,000 points, I feel like, so far this season.
That was 150 points difference for the delivery of one or two extra bales. That is just really good play from My Insanity there. Just completely outplayed Cortiva the whole way through that match, which is abnormal to see.
Yeah, My Insanity are looking strong so far this season. They only went out to Trelleborg last month in the quarterfinals. So I mean, if they keep playing as they have been and get a little bit more favorable draw, I think that either of these two teams really could be seen in the later rounds of a tournament. But My Insanity are just playing that bottleneck well against Big Hall. They're kind of playing it to perfection.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately for Cortiva there too, like the drops went really against them because I'm not sure why teams pass up Crazy Tool, to be honest, at the beginning of a round, but My Insanity did it, and they're proving me wrong. They went with Speed Limit, which, if you think about it, maybe makes sense from the fact that they knew with Big Hall in play for Cortiva that Cortiva were going to be focusing on getting as much grain as possible, so slow down the amount of grain that they can create by slowing down all of their machines. So maybe Crazy Tool isn't as awesome as I feel like it is. It's my favorite one to see now in those early drops. But then in the 8th minute, if it had been grain multiplier and like literally anything else, bridges raised or lowered would have been ideal, I think. Then Cortiva may have been in a better position because they wouldn't have had that longer period where they had the multiplier against them when My Insanity were just methodically putting bales into the top of the barn and scoring 30 points per bale.
I kind of feel that game proved something that I've said about the FSL for a long time. And Incredible Mouse brought up in the chat. Disruption. If you disrupt your opponents, you win games. And I think that is why My Insanity went for Speed Limit rather than Crazy Tool, because Crazy Tool is something that benefits you. Speed Limit is going to affect your opponent and disrupt them. And I don't know, in the balance of Crazy Tool versus Speed Limit, I'm wondering if Speed Limit slows them down enough that they don't create that, whether they would actually create less bales than if they'd gone for
that's
not
a good point.
having Crazy.
And Speed Limit
And
lasts
it's- and
3
it's-
times as long as well compared to
Yeah.
Crazy Tool. So
it's Crazy Tool is very powerful, but not against applying Speed Limit. And the
Well, and
same
especially
thing is
when-
true with Grain Multiplier. Grain Multiplier is something that helps you, but then you get Silo closed and it's completely ineffectual. And they should have gone for Silo closed.
especially when you
because
factor
they
in like
had-
the extra bales that they did press, when they got them in, they were still scoring 20 or 10 to 20 points less per bale than what My Insanity were scoring for all of those bales early on.
Yeah. So it's I think going for that disruption, making that disruption play, the disruption stuff is more effective and has a better effect for you if you go for it.
Yep. Let's see
And,
what
yeah.
Cortiva do here. Like, I haven't really seen teams be that flexible yet. And I feel like maybe this is partly because teams are still filling out this season with the changes that have happened to the client. But you have to be adaptable as time goes on to be successful in the FSL. And like you said, disruption is key. So if Cortiva can find a way to kind of disrupt what My Insanity want to try to do here, so that they don't have a repeat of that last game here and go out already today, I'm interested to see what they're going to do. Thanks for the raid, by the way. T. Miller coming in and surely supporting SGA. Unfortunately, again, we won't see SGA on today's broadcast, but they have a huge test later on. And me being the community coordinator located in the Western Hemisphere would be amiss if I didn't mention that the team from the U.S. are facing Bednar, who were the runners-up last month and have also recently in Season 3 won the Hero Fest tournament. So a huge test for the Sim Game Alliance and only their second official tournament as a team competing in the Farming Simulator League. So interested to see what happens in that one off of the broadcast later. But for now, I'm really intrigued to see what we've got in store from My Insanity and Cortiva. And it's pretty much as you were. The telehandlers, there's still one in play, and
Ooh.
Richie's picked it here. Interesting that My Insanity didn't stick with banning both telehandlers this time.
What was the other track? Oh, they banned the Fent. Interesting that they banned the Fent. I would have expected them more to, as you were saying earlier, ban the John Deere, but I'm guessing they want to use that a little bit
Yeah.
more than they want to ban it. But again, I would say the disruptive play is the thing to go for.
Yeah, three stackers again for Cortiva, but this time a little bit better of a setup, arguably. It's going to be interesting to see what
They
Richie
only
can do
have-
with that telehandler.
They've taken a telehandler and the little John Deere. That means that they are only going to be able to really effectively run one baler. I don't know if this is a good plan from Cortiva. They seem to have restricted themselves badly from the off. The later game is going to be much harder for them trying to pull a baler with that little John Deere tractor.
Yeah, it's 10 horsepower short of what the John Deere baler and the Kuhn baler need. So if I were My Insanity, I would have been trying to disrupt by locking those down. But Rablix has also picked up the John Deere already with the Massey and heading off to deliver this first bale. Last time it was 133 for each team. Let's see if they can beat that this time around. Rablix has a really good chance here. He's going to go the safe
this
route.
looks like a good start.
And 141.
141.
And it's not going to be even this time either. But if Jan gets this right, they won't be too far behind if they don't mess up here. He's starting to unload it now and reversing. 129. So, I mean, Cortiva already, starting off a little bit of an advantage this time. Maybe that'll help them as this round plays out. Not a big one, though. Plenty of time for things to change.
And we're into the stage where everybody's just trying to get stuff together, get themselves in the right position to take advantage of that 12-minute drop. And Jan is now opening up the overloader. Ooh, getting in position to unload the combine. Very nicely positioned there, and good working round from PB.
Man, I'm just energized by the gameplay. Every morning when I wake up early to do these, I'm always like, where am I going to find the energy? And then 10 seconds into the first game, I find my energy. The gameplay itself kind of, pulls me along and keeps me going. It's like batteries to the soul or something. I don't know. But I do feel energized, and I'm just happy to have the FSL back, and every month I really look forward to having these tournaments because I always have a blast. And watching these teams compete at this level, and also like having that little bit of the unknown. Rablik's a little bit of an issue there going over the stone bridge and looking like caught a little bit of air and maybe threw him slightly sideways, but it recovered well. We've got Crazy Tool again in the 12th minute. And then this time it's Bale Drop it's up against. So what do the teams do here? I mean, Bale Drop is kind of silly at this point. Like, if you're going to get one, it's got to be Crazy Tool, right?
Two power-ups that are an advantage to you and aren't disruptive, you go for the better of the two. And what are Cortiva doing? Why do you go for Bale Drop over Crazy Tool?
No, they did get Crazy Tool. Yeah, they grabbed Crazy Tool.
Okay. Oh my god.
Maybe I'm not the one who needs coffee.
I couldn't say. It was a little bit. My screen went just that little bit.
My insanity
pixelated
went
at
for
that
Bale
moment.
Drop. My insanity have gone for Bale Drop, which.
Okay, I do question that then.
My
They go for
insanity
Bale Drop over Crazy Tool.
Hey, you know what? I questioned them for not taking Crazy Tool last game, and they won, to be fair. So I'm going to stop questioning them too much. It's easy for me sitting here at home. I always make this comment now, too, as I get older. And, if you're into any kind of, like, traditional sports and you're yelling at the TV and you're criticizing a player for being too slow or something, and I'm like... And then I make the comment to myself or to my wife, big comment coming from me sitting on the couch at home, in my comfy clothes, kicked back and reclined. So it's fun. I would much rather be a caster. And when I do the scrims, the regulars are always trying to get me to play because it is entertaining, to be fair. I get it. But yeah, I much prefer the actual tournaments because we see high quality gameplay, and I get to sit here and just hang out with you guys and talk about it. My insanity are just determined to convince me that Crazy Tool isn't as cool as I think it is. I think.
I don't know. I'm sold on it. I think producing a huge amount more bales is always a plus.
I mean, look at the bale difference right now for Cortiva, 18-1.
Yeah,
that's insane.
But that is partly because actually, my Insanity have not delivered any bales.
Yeah.
So
yeah. This game is playing out a lot different so far. This game is playing out a lot different. And now, like, my concern, if I were my Insanity, is if at the 8th minute as we just saw Cortiva are readying some bales to bring in, and if the 8th minute drop is bale multiplier, and Cortiva have 59,000 liters of grain, so they have to be taking their trailer over there soon as well. And if Silo Close doesn't pop up here at the 8th minute, and something like bale multiplier does, Cortiva are set to score a lot of points. If I was Lucas at the moment, I would just wait to see what this 8-minute drop is going to be, so that you're not wasting some potential points you could be scoring with these three. And they've got
They've
already
got
sitting
enough
there
bales
too.
to position their players in the right place. Insanity are ready to counter whatever happens from Cortiva, but... And here comes Cortiva's truck.
Yeah, Lars, I mean, Lars having to sit
mark.
here. The disruptions are much more coming from Cortiva's side this round.
They are.
They're even disrupting
And
them
there
by not delivering it straight away. So
they've gone with Silo. It's Silo closed, and it's
Mind Sanity gets it.
Direct delivery.
Yeah,
And
Mind Sanity got Silo
the
closed.
Silo.
So
And
now
there we
both
go.
are closed. Okay, well, Mind Sanity need to score as many bales as possible now. They have half the bale amount. They can get 23 points per bale at the moment. Lucas is just working on getting them all stacked up and ready so he can deliver them once this silo's reopened.
And here go the only bales at the barn for Mind Sanity. Mind Sanity are not going to have as easy a run in the second half of this match as they did in the second half of the last one.
Yeah, they had a nice
need to get
speed build
bales
up,
made
didn't they?
and back. Now, the disadvantage Cortiva have is making bales. They only have one baler out there.
It probably was to their advantage then that they were able to get Crazy Tool, because they were able to get several pressed at that moment. This time they didn't have speed limit against them as they grabbed it. Now there's a 40-point lead for Mind Sanity, as they are now scoring bales at 23 points apiece. Richie flying
ready for that silo
This
close.
is where having the telehandler comes into play, because both of them go 70 kilometers per hour, and there's only two tractors, the Fendt 1050 and the Deutz-Fahr 9340. Both of those are heavy tractors that can match that speed, but they take a lot longer to get to that top speed. So when you have the telehandlers in play, they are super quick.
And the silo close lasting longer for Cortiva than it was for Mind Sanity. That is purely because Cortiva had more grain to drop. And that is a 2.0 to 2.0. Both teams delivered all their grain. So now it is just a straight delivery to the finish. Bale for bale, and twice as many bales sitting there at the moment for Cortiva. But Cortiva have half of the balers. So this is good. This is going to be closer than the first.
There's still plenty of time, and it's too hard to predict. Like, it would be easy to sit here and say, like, with the gap and the bale difference that Cortiva have at the moment, that they're gonna, get into the lead, and it's gonna be hard for Mind Sanity to get back into it. But to be honest, as Mind Sanity, we're kind of getting ready for a potential combo there, but unfortunately, Cortiva are consistently stacking bales 3 at a time on. It's a good thing to have a bale advantage. Now it's only 3 bales, though, as Cortiva have gone into the lead because of that. But things are starting to even out. So now, with the super drop on the horizon and just about 4.5 minutes to go, it comes down to skill at this point. How many of these bales can you get put into the top of the barn to beat your opponent here?
434 to 438 is neck and neck. On bales and on points.
I have to say, it's really interesting, Alex, that in this season we see lower average scores. In fact, we recently, after the first tournament, in between the first tournament and this one, we have had the video come out where we did a partnership as we've got bottom boost for the Super Drop with Red Bull Gaming and Grand Pooh Bear. And it was myself and a few other FSL players that took part in this interview with him. And I was teaching Grand Pooh Bear how to play the FSL arena, although I'm probably not the best teacher in the world. They probably should have got someone from Trelleborg or Bednar or Mind Sanity or Cortiva.
Say, get
but
Mr.
to be
Marcel
fair,
on the case.
He's like, what's the average score? And I was like, I was going off of last season, which we saw some pretty high scores last season pretty consistently with Transport Company in play and all the combo points that would be scored. So for me, the average last season was about 1,200, and this season is closer to 900. I actually did the math from the first tournament and added up all of the scores and averaged them out, and it was about 880 points or so. Just guessing, it was just under 900. So a significant drop in average points scored, but a lot more bales being pressed by teams. And it does seem more that it comes down to skill. The drops are still having an impact here and there, especially like we saw last round where you had Crazy Tool, but you had speed limit against it. So it still comes down to those types of disruptions and maybe a little bit of luck because of the drops. But in moments like this, these two teams are going head-to-head right now, bale for bale, and it really does come down to the skill of the stackers and how fast they can get these bales in without having an accident or making a mistake.
It's really interesting. Cortiva pulled out a sizable lead a moment ago, and Mind Sanity have just demolished it.
And I feel like that's what you were saying earlier with the lack of only having the one baler at the moment. They've got two people bringing bales in instead of one person sitting there stacking and having two balers running in.
Because that's 5 bales coming in with every baler, whereas Cortiva are going out there grabbing a couple of bales. I think both the telehandler and the John Deere just bought in a couple of bales each.
Yeah, Mind Sanity almost have like a rotation where one baler is out getting the back of the baler filled up and bringing some in on the front if they can, if they have a stacker. Whereas the Cortiva are having to drop a lot of these bales on the ground and then spend the time with the stackers going out and grabbing them. Still really close. It's too hard to tell.
There are more bales at the barn at the moment for Mind Sanity than there are for Cortiva. And that's the thing. It's going to come down to what bales are sitting at this barn at the end.
And even on bales with a slight lead for Mind Sanity, and it's just maybe a mistake now of not stacking one of these right as you're running out of time will make the difference. 918 to 914 now, 938 to 914. But Cortiva now are still coming in with 30 seconds to go.
I've not seen Mind Sanity's barn not have bales at it. In the entire last sort of 4 minutes
into the lead now.
Mind Sanity constantly have bales there.
Yeah, and they have all but one that they've pressed sitting there too. So unless some kind of error happens here, PB has got that first one going in. That second one looks like it's going to hang on. But over 1,000 points now.
They're going to push,
and he's going to push that one
in.
And there it is.
Go.
Mind Sanity move on.
It.
Wow.
And over 1,000 points again. They are consistently scoring over 1,000 points for exactly the same number of bales.
Yeah, it
Purely
came down
more
to
bales
again.
At the top.
This time they didn't win by as big of a margin because they were scoring 23 points per bale instead of 30. For the moment, they had that multiplier advantage. But yeah, if I were a team coming up against Mind Sanity, I would be looking to do something different than Big Haul, to be honest, because Mind Sanity have figured out how to really negate the benefits that Big Haul can provide. Cortiva may be a little bit unfortunate in that first round, especially with some of the drops and how they went against them. But early on in that round, I thought Cortiva had it. And it was kind of like yin and yang there, because for My Insanity, they won both rounds, but in the first round, they had a huge advantage early on. Whereas the second round, they really made up that ground later on. So they've shown that they can kind of play it either way, and were able to adapt.
And they're still playing that. Even there, they were playing as disruptively as they could.
Right.
And I think that really helped. I do think that Cortiva made a mistake by going for the telehandler and the John Deere. I think not having two baling tractors out there at the end really harmed them. And was what Cortiva was what My Insanity's strength was in the closing parts of that game. But yeah, My Insanity are playing a cracking game at the moment.
Yeah. I think that we're about to go to break here, and we'll be back with some highlights, as well as Lindner, who won in the first round against Bill and Bull Event, and they'll be taking on the French team, Power Team Esport, in round 2 on the next broadcasted match. So we'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. Hello, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Man, My Insanity. Watch out for them so far this season. They were knocked out in the quarterfinals by Trelleborg last month. Here they are knocking off Cortiva. but they've already had some really impressive showings, and they've looked really comfortable for the most part in the games that we've seen them on so far in season 4. They're tied for 5th place after making it to the quarterfinals, so if they can get some more circuit points this weekend, they're gonna be creeping up those standings for sure. But we'll see how it plays out for sure. That was a good one. I really expected it to be going to a best of 3 between those two teams. Just based off their history.
It's an odd one in that. Yeah, Cortiva have historically been a good team, but they've struggled a bit the end of last season, and they seem to be struggling a little bit this season as well. They're doing what a lot of other teams have done in the past and playing a very reactive game rather than a proactive one.
Right.
So my insanity there, we're very proactive. We're trying to push Cortiva the whole time and trying to make it as hard as possible for them. Whereas Cortiva, we're trying to make it as easy as possible for themselves. It's probably the best way I would differentiate between the two.
We don't have these kind of stats tracked for us, and maybe we should start kind of taking notes of it. But I feel like so far this season, we've seen Big Haul quite a bit, and we've seen Bottleneck a lot. We haven't seen Unstoppable yet today, but I'm sure we're going to see it some as well as far as team perks being picked. But for me, maybe last month, Big Haul won a couple of rounds that we solid in, but if you know how to counteract Big Haul, if you know how to disrupt your opponents with it, and I think right away just having Bottleneck is a really good disrupt.
I would say that Cortiva still. I want to touch the topic still a little bit because yes, they didn't win my insanity here, but I mean, just like on the last tournament, I think they had a very strong opponent. The scores actually, I think they are scoring more than average, anyways. I think just the opponent here was just too strong. I think they're definitely a team that they have the capability of getting on the second day, getting on the finals. But if they keep having this, top 3 opponents all the time, then it's of course going to be very hard.
Yeah, you're right, Copter, for sure. Yeah. And that's what happens sometimes.
And this was,
luck of the draw.
It is the problem they had at the end of last season. Was that they kept coming up against Trelleborg in the play-ins.
And Vulture and John Deere, and they were getting knocked out all the time. And all of a sudden, their lead at the top. I mean, we were talking about last season. It was Cortiva early on in the lead at the top of the standings, and then they started going back and forth with Trelleborg, and then all of a sudden they had some really unfavorable draws go against them.
Yeah, I mean, the single elimination bracket is always very, very tough. I don't know if this would be a double elimination bracket, then maybe I think we could be seeing them more on the finals. But with the current format, maybe a little bit of bad luck. But definitely, I mean, still, you got to win the opponent at some point if you want to win. So just keep practicing, keep getting better.
Yeah, well, we do, with the World Finals, World Championships at the end of the season, there is a loser's bracket there. So that throws like a huge wrinkle into kind of what you normally would expect from these usual monthly tournaments for circuit points. But you're making great points. Cortiva are a strong team, and really any teams that can consistently compete against the top teams like Cortiva are, doing a really good job. But sometimes those draws just don't go your way.
Yep, that's how it is.
So we are heading to our second game for today. And here we go. So we have Lindner versus WE.
Yeah, Power Team Esports.
Yes, Power Team Esports. Yeah, I was looking at it going. Lindner have actually played and won their first match today. They were against Bill and Bull Event, so they made it through against them. And so yeah, they're having a bit of a long road to the finals this weekend. A bit like my Insanity and and Vultra by the looks of things, I think. Though actually, I don't think that game's played yet.
Yeah, in the last tournament, last month, Power Team Esports, they made it all the way to the finals. I think they were averaging about 800 something points. So we'll see what's going to be the performance today and how they will of course make it. But we do have the bands coming in Manicho and John Deere already on that list, and Fend will be the third one, and then the fourth one's going to be waiting for.
Yeah, Power Team Esports playing some good games last time, and getting well over 800 on most of theirs, I think. Just having a quick look through. We're consistently scoring over 800. The games where they lost, they were scoring sort of the 600s, but whenever they won, they consistently over 800. Lintner last time, similarly, were scoring over 800 in the game, so they were winning. So looks like a fairly good matchup between these two.
Yeah, the captain's picks are the same. I mean, exactly the same picks for both sides, and then we'll see the player picks. But yeah, I guess we're not expecting much of surprises here. I think we have seen quite similar picks so far, and we'll see what they're going to do with the strategies, definitely. But Power Team Esports, they made it to the finals last tournament. Lindner, of course. Performing very well and getting to the same stage actually on the first stage of the finals. So I guess they were both kind of like very, of course, looking to get at least the same performance as what they had last weekend. But probably getting all the way to the semi-final, for example, wouldn't hurt.
Very similar picks identical from both teams here for their choices. So yeah, this is going to be a straight up team versus team. Bottleneck both suggests the teams are trying to play a little more disruptively rather than sort of help themselves. So I'm expecting a lot of stuff here that's a bit more disruptive rather than just trying to improve their own situation.
And there we go. We are on the way, as we can see the players already running towards the pads and try to catch something. From there, we can see Fnatic getting the harvester, and then of course team's gonna be heading to start making those first bales. And Alex, I just love the early aggression and all the excitement here. Who's gonna be getting how many points from the bales?
It's really interesting. Both teams there. One team lost the baler to the other, and then it was switched around for the other platform. And I think it was the case of New Holland balers they were going for, which, while they look very similar, are a slightly different setup. The New Holland baler has they both require the same.
There we go.
Power.
That's the first bale. It's gonna go already. That's gonna be a first and a fast one as well. Should be around 1 minute, maybe a little bit more. So we're gonna be expecting some great points. 139.
That's a good start. And Silas coming in, trying to catch up for Lintner. Oh, that was close.
Yeah. Small bump, but that's enough. Sometimes, I mean, it could have caused more problems.
A 122, so that's quite a build deficit straight off the bat.
And one thing which the chat actually has been already addressing, Power Team Esports, they have a different lineup which they had than last tournament. So they have what they call a B team on the server current, so Alba Art, Noricam, and Fnatic. And I don't recall seeing these players last tournament at all. So definitely they have a different lineup.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, just look at the difference between those two balers. There's not a lot in it. One is slightly faster work, but requires more fill compared to the other. So yeah, I think they're fairly even, those two balers.
I just love the landscape here. I mean, summer is coming, holiday season. Maybe I'll find a place which looks like this. I wouldn't mind spending my holidays, right next to the mountains, looking at the weed and, all this lovely, very open landscapes. It would be just awesome.
It does remind me of the Alps.
Yeah, it's quite similar. I did spend one summer actually right next to the Alps on the southern France, and that was amazing. There was like sunflowers, whole fields, like endless fields of sunflowers, and then seeing the Alps on the background. But let's focus on the game. Enough stories about the holiday season. We have 15 seconds before we have the first drops coming in. And of course, just like last tournament, also on the first game today, we saw that a lot of people are building the strategies, building the the bales, and like focusing what's coming at the 8-minute drop. But now we should have the first ones coming in, so we'll see in just a matter of seconds. Hopefully, what was spawning there.
There we go. Bridges lowered and silo closed. I think silo closed would be very disruptive to both teams at the moment. Both teams, looking to drop off their first load of grain. PWE heading there right now. Lindner needs to go and block this.
Yeah, I think if they're going to go for the silos closed, then of course picking that at the very last second makes sense, because now we can see, teams building that train, and okay, we can actually all see that they are loading that as well, so they are unloading it.
And
if somebody would go for it.
They have gone for the silos closed, so right now they can unload all their grain, and there is nothing Lindner can do about it. There we go. There is the 3 times multiplier. Lindner's silo is closed for another 60 seconds. Another 70 seconds, sorry.
Yeah, but if they're going to build for that 8-minute drop, I mean Lindner, then they do have the grain on the trailers already, so they can just go and unload that after the silo closes ended. And I think that this will have a small impact, but not as big impact as they were hoping for, I guess, because they still have the time if they really build for that 8-minute mark.
Are Lindner going to get their combines up there? That is a very good question. And lovely angle there.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. Yeah, definitely. Like seeing, and then he got it on the first try, so that's well done. I mean, I can't say the same when I'm just trying to park the car on reverse. Sometimes you need to fiddle a little bit.
I'm too used to using manual attach in this. I tend to jump out the tractor, try and attach it, and then go, oh. That mod's not on here.
I would love to see the real farmers, like, behaving like the virtual ones. Oh, okay, there's a breach. I might jump a little bit. Not happening in real life, though. But only 1 minute and 45 seconds, and then we'll see the strategies unfolded, as no bales have been delivered since the initial first bale for the both teams. So 139 versus 122. That's the score situation. And looking at the bales, Power Team Esports, they have some done. We can see a lot of grain currently for Lindner. They have like 64k of grain. That's a lot.
And Lindner are running 2 of the ideal combines. So they put these combines up at the sell point, and they have more grain that they can drop at once than Power Team Esports have any hope of doing. I think they're hoping that's going to give them a bit of an advantage on the multiplier, especially as PWE have not actually delivered any bales at this 3 times multiplier. They need to take advantage of this, and at the moment they just aren't.
Yeah.
However, Fnatic is now finally loading bales onto their conveyor.
I mean, they do have 3-time multiplier. They do have 14 bales as well, but they haven't been just before this starting to deliver it. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen at the 8-minute mark, because this, I mean, currently, of course, it seems that Power Team Esports, they have an advantage. They have more bales, but then Lindner, they have the grain. So they will, of course, now when Power Team Esports hasn't been able to deliver those bales, they can turn the situation upside down. But then on the other hand, what's going to come on the drops and how that's going to affect the situation? That's the question. And Zerzero's already lurking right next to the spawn location. Speed up and bale multiplier.
It's bale
Imagine
multiplier.
if Power Team is going to go for that, that would be huge.
Neither of them. What is Ursra's doing?
They still have some time. Maybe they're waiting for the last second.
He must be communicating.
Yeah. They want to wait for the last
second. He's going to go
second.
and drop those bales off and get them in place first, I think.
Yeah. But it's 35 seconds, so let's see what's going to happen. Definitely interesting one. Meanwhile, we can see also Lindner unloading the grain, so they are well affecting the multiplier as we can see. So it's already now benefiting Lindner more than Power Team Esports. So during that time, when Power Team Esports had the multiplier, they managed to get about 90 points. So I guess 3 bales actually. Yeah, 3 bales they managed to get inside with that multiplier. There we go.
Here we go, and yes, multiplier picked up by Lindner. Now this is actually pretty huge.
Both.
They've got a 1.7 multiplier on top of their 2.1 multiplier as well. Just trying to see what the multiplier is for Power Team Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they got the multiplier as well, and now they're both unloading the grain, so they're like, playing with the multipliers. It's pretty even, 2.0.
There's a 1.7 multiplier.
What's going on?
Lindner in
These
trouble.
guys are stuck. This could be a huge deal breaker. I mean, okay, you can do it that way. I don't know if the physics work like that on real life.
Though.
But yeah, they lost a lot of time, and especially during when they had the drop multiplier.
Yeah, Lindner have their multiplier, the extra multiplier on top for longer, so they need to be scoring points. Power Team Esports taking full advantage of the multiplier they've got, though.
That is true. And yeah,
well ahead.
I'm a little bit afraid about the consequences of that accident, because they definitely lost like I don't know, 20 seconds or something like that when they were not able to use the multiplier because both players on that area were stuck with the situation at hand.
We are seeing a lot of unforced errors here from Lindner, and that is costing them this game at the moment. When they have the advantage, are not taking full advantage. You see, I don't think they got any bales in, or didn't get many bales at all under that 1.7 multiplier on top. So they're going to have a really hard climb to try and win this now. I think it's going to be very difficult.
At least you cannot afford to do any mistakes anymore. Power Team Esports, they are like stacking on the lower doors as well. So they are just putting straight on the barn without using the belt. So they have so many bales. I mean, they still have the time to put them on the belt as well. So they're circling there and just piling it up. Still 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes on the clock. So just get it there and then get somebody to pile them on the belt, and you should be still getting a decent amount of points. They're still leading with more than 100, 140 points actually. So Power Team Esports, they're nicely here. And imagine, Alex, if Lindner would have put, let's say, 4 bales in during that multiplier without having that accident, they would be tied. And look at this.
That's even worse.
Yeah,
he is on his roof. There is no way that is getting back up.
Oh, the bridges, they are biting back.
And he's blocking the bridge as well.
Well, he's going to find a way. He's just going to force it from the side, but they have to leave the baler there.
Bales, though.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. It's not like Imperium strikes back. It's the bridges strike back. It's
and
still
the
there.
super drop spawned.
Yeah,
this is a horrible game for Lindner.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything they can do about it anymore. It's some multipliers, which it's not gonna have a huge impact because it's pretty much tied already. But the that baler just sitting there on the bridge, that's gonna slow them so much down. So
that actually the multiplier switch is not good for Power Team Esports to pick that up. Because that goes longer for them and just allows them to score even more points.
Yeah. But
that is about the worst thing that could have happened for Lindner,
though. I don't want to be negative, but I just don't see how Lindner can come back from this situation. They have some bales more, yes, but the gap is already 300 points. You have to get like a 12 bales in to make that even. Okay, now they're catching some points, but still a very complicated situation. Some bales are still sitting on the baler as well, which is like upside down on the bridge. So, we didn't see that happening last weekend or last tournament.
There are 3 bales sitting on that baler. So they actually have 3 bales less than it says on their screen, which puts them at a deficit compared to and he's wasting time trying to push that out of the way. He's got it far enough out of the way for them to squeeze past. Needs to get those bales on there because right now they don't have. Well, I don't see how Lintner can win this at the moment. Yeah. It has gone horribly, horribly wrong for them.
I can easily see. You know, you have been watching South Park maybe sometime. So you know the policeman from South Park. So he could be standing there next to the bridge. Move along. Nothing to see here. But yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Hopefully, on the highlights, we see how that situation started. That I would love to see, like what kind of a jump or shortcut or whatever happened there. How they managed to get it like upside down on the bridge.
It's why in the explanation, Kermit calls it the safer route because that little bump there is enough to throw you off a lot. Oh, they've managed to right that baler, so they can get those bales.
Yeah, I mean they managed to stuck it on the side earlier. I think they went there already with the trailer as well once. So so it's definitely there on the sides. They managed to somehow, like, you know, push that a little bit on the side. But it definitely needs some accuracy from the driver to fit it from the smaller gap than usually.
They're saying in the chat that Silas was trying to cut the corner on the bridge, and yeah, I think that's what it was, and just caught it wrong, and it flipped him, and it's just it's the kind of mistake that is completely unforced.
Yeah, but it's actually now on the tire, so they can actually get the bales out of it now.
Right.
I don't know how they managed to push it. I think what I'm gonna do is at some point I'm just gonna open my Photoshop, and I think we have to use Kermit's legendary words with some Photoshop magic, and we do have a meme building up.
The safer route.
Yeah. Anyways, 20 seconds to go. The gap is more than 300 points, so this is a done deal already, unfortunately. Power Team Esports looking to, get the first match out of the best of 3 series, so they will be kind of like, you know, at least forcing this to the third game. Of course, we need to see what's going to happen on the second one, but yeah, one thing is for sure, Lintner, they cannot afford to have that kind of a mistakes on the next match.
That 1,004 point game there from Power Team Esports. That is a good game.
GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely 1,004 points, but Lintner, I mean, still getting 700 points. So
wow!
They
Look at
did
that
manage to get
bale
something
delivery
in the
difference. 28 bales to 41. That is a massive difference.
But that's a direct result of the mistakes they did. They lost some time. They were not able to deliver the bales when you had the multiplier and so on. So the bale count, of course, is suffering from it. So they just lost like a, you know, if you run a factory and you have, let's say, 20% of the workforce off, then the outcome will be lower than normally. And the same applies here.
So there we go. Can Lintner pull that back? I think if they have a tighter game, they'll do better. They'll have a better they can counter this. Power Team Esports just really, really strong in that game though.
Yeah, I mean Lintner, last tournament when we saw them playing, we spoke about the score. So they're not really a team that is like scoring more than 1,000. They have been, you know, averaging probably maybe a little bit below the average, if I'm completely honest. And with that, if they get the usual performance out of them, and if Power Team Esports can get a similar performance out of them, which they just got on the last game, of course, it depends from the perks and everything, so it's not that straightforward. But still, Lintner, I think that Power Team Esports, even without the mistakes, Lintner would have had a hard time, you know, beating them. So I think if they want to force this to a third game, they have to push some extra effort.
The interesting thing is that is 150 more than Power Team Esports have scored in any match in season 4 yet. which is, that is quite something. That's a huge amount of extra points they scored today. Lindner have scored a 969. They have managed to score high points, and I think it is. I think a lot of it is just comes down to a lot of unforced errors.
Well, they have to avoid those errors on the next game, definitely.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, Power Team Esports, I think the performance which we saw them from on the last tournament, yes, they made it to the finals. Then, of course, on the first game of the second, the final day, they didn't advance the next stages. So I think that they definitely have something to prove as well. So we'll see. They didn't actually, they didn't get anything out of on the final last tournament. Now we can see the second game is going to start. I guess we are not expecting to have any huge upsets on the picks and the bans.
Yeah, very much expecting a similar set of bans. So that would be both telehandlers and we've got the narrow wheel Fent. So that's a nice high powered Fent that's gone out. Yeah, there we go. First of the telehandlers.
And we'll see what's going to be the third one. Massive Ferguson. Yeah. No surprises here. And then we have a one ban for the Power Team Esports coming. And
I reckon the narrow wheeled ace. That tends to be the way these things go. No, they've gone for the John Deere 6M.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the guessing for you because I'm going to be anyways completely wrong. And you at least have a chance to be right. So I'll just leave it for you, the guessing part.
As we were saying, last match, that John Deere 6M is a really useful little tractor, and it forces teams to use something that they might not be quite so comfortable with. So, yeah, it is. I think that is a good tractor to ban.
Yeah,
I think that's a very good tractor to ban, especially if the other team is going for the telehandlers.
Captain's picks are exactly the same, which we saw in the first game as well, and probably the player picks got to be the same as well. Archimedes, we saw that on the last game. Runner for Zerzeros. And then, of course, the Massive Ferguson and Lindner as the vehicles of their choosing.
But I expect to see the ace narrow wheel tractor come out for one of these teams.
Oh, yeah. There it is. So you got to be saying that Noricam will be trying to deliver the first bale?
I think, yeah. And I think we're going to end up with the Lindner on Power Team's side. And I think Silas is going to go for the case as well.
And if you're going to miss that bale, with the case, then it's going to be harder to stock it in because you don't have the fork.
It is. But it is a really quick tractor to go and get that first bale with. It has a 60 km/h top speed. It's got 270 horsepower, so it's the most powerful of the narrow wheel tractors. So it can handle pretty much any of the balers on here.
Okay.
And yeah, it's a fairly expensive point to pick it though.
Oh, what's going on with Fanatic? He's already sideways there. He didn't get out of the gate at all. So I don't know how long he's going to stay there, but he was definitely having some issues. Maybe he's now out, but yeah, that's definitely slowed down their starts. We can see Lindfrey going for the Harvester. And of course, teams are going to start, gathering the goods for the first bale. And there's the tractor, what I mentioned, the Fanatics tractor. So something happened at the, in the heat of the moment. They flipped.
That's really bad because that is one of their stacking tractors. Or that is that main stacking tractor. So that is not a good start at this time for Power Team Esports.
And Silas seems to be ready for the first bale together with Noricam, so we should be seeing them engaging away from the Harvester. Noricam's gonna take the left side lane and gonna head towards the bridges, and now we'll see, are they gonna be the safer routes or not?
And Noricam finishing his first bale as Silas was starting his, so this will be interesting to see what the first bale point difference is. Silas getting across that bridge, just as Noricam does as well. So yeah, this is going to be very close. And he misses! Silas has missed the bail flick.
Yeah.
While Narukam manages to get it 123 points versus 18. So a 5-point difference in first bail.
Yeah, it's not a huge gap and definitely slower than on the first game on this series. So I think it was 130 something, which the faster team was able to get on the previous series. But there we go. We have the first bails in, and Power Team Esports they had their problems with the Fanatics tractor definitely, but now they are back up on the speed. But yeah, Silas gonna pick up the horse, and now this is just grinding for now before we have any drops coming in 50 seconds. And I mean, the 12-minute drops, they haven't been usually changing the game that much, to be honest. But I think that the previous match was a little bit special on that side because there was so lot of action happening already before the 8-minute mark, and then of course the mistakes as well. So a lot of, I would say, surprising events folding on the previous game.
Just to let everybody know, we have a giveaway running today for one of 5. You can win one of 5 straw bale shaped press kit boxes. I would bring the one that I've got behind me and show it to you, but I'm not on camera, so I can't do that. But yes, there is the link in the chat. It's gone in a few times. So if you want a chance to win one of those straw bale shaped press kit boxes, the link is in the chat at the moment. Speed limit versus build drop. I think if these teams are going for disruptive play, they'll go for that.
Yeah. Let's see what they're gonna choose. Anyways, whatever they're gonna choose, it doesn't, okay, it impacts a little bit. So that if they go for the speed limit, okay, Zerzero's gonna go for the 1 bale actually. But if they pick up the speed limit, so that's gonna of course affect how they're gonna build towards the 8-minute drops, like how much bales and how much grain they can collect. Because they already Power Team Esports unloading that grain, and there's gonna be also Silas heading towards the silos, and of course gonna be counterfeiting that strategy. We're trying to change the multiplier on their advance after Noricam has unloaded his, and definitely the advantage is currently for. I mean, let's see how much Lindner can actually change the situation. They have enough. They have enough. But the bridges are still closed here, as we can see. Silas unloading it. It's 2.0 pretty much right now. And they want to make it 2.1, 2.2 maybe. Power Team Esports.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's done. And now we have another lovely camera angle, which we saw in the previous game as well.
And Lindner is currently slowed down by Power Team Esports. This is a chance. This is a nice bit of disruptive play from PWE.
8 minutes. 2 minutes for the next drop, and I mean just 1 bale for both teams currently. So that's of course gonna change pretty soon. And the grain amounts, they are pretty much the same as well, 27, 28k. Fnatic, let's see what he tries to do. Is he gonna try to get the same, the vehicle which is already like unusable? He wants to do something with it. He's gonna be trying to detach it from the ground.
Should be able to get that on its wheels fairly easy, I think.
Yeah. Okay, he's gonna take the rear weight off, and then he tries to swing it. Let's see.
This is costing valuable seconds trying to get this on its wheels.
I mean, with these moves, I think Fnatic should be going on the dance floor to do some breakdancing. But yeah, we shall see. I mean, they need it, and they want to get it back on the play, but this is taking a lot of time.
That is not how I would turn. Oh, there we go. He's very suspended on his wheel.
Yeah, and then you need to get the weight.
He does need to get that weight on the back, though. Because that tractor is not great on its without that rear weight.
Yeah. Well, they will start definitely getting that back to the play. I mean, they lost some time with it, but I mean, it hasn't hurt the situation so much. When you look at the grain and the bales and the current points, we can see that yes, they had a problem, but the situation on paper at least, it's pretty even. So no huge loss from that smallest mistake. And if I'm not completely, I don't know what happened there at the start, but when I was looking at it from the stream, like with a delay, for a while it seems that it might have even like spawned that way. So it was actually sideways when they started. Not completely sure though.
Which is, yeah, interesting that it might have started like that.
Yeah, like I said, not completely
Because
sure.
that was very much in the middle of the area. The silo closed and bale multiplier. Oh, that's a difficult choice. Silo closed, disruptive choice there from PWE, and I think disruptive choice there from PWE. With Lintner not choosing either at the moment.
I mean, if you look at the situation with the grain, definitely Power Team Esports, they were ready to change the balance with the grain they have. And Lindner, with the amount they have currently installed, they wouldn't have been able to, return it back to the situation before. So I think Lindner would have been actually benefiting from the silo close, maybe even more than Power Team Esports. But just in time, they got to go and pick it up.
Oh,
right?
Lindner are waiting for this grain to drop, and
Albert
then they are
there.
just going to disrupt everything.
There we go.
Fantastic play from Lindner.
And they didn't lose. I mean, they didn't get any. It's exactly the same, 30,000, which they also had when they started unloading it. So just on the right second, I think like inside of half a second or something, they did it. So definitely a great pick and definitely the right move from Lindner.
That has wasted so much of PWE's time and just allows Lindner to get themselves very nicely in position to score as much as they can. They have a good minute or 30 seconds, I think that actually is, to score at... Oh, wow. They're delivering grain now. Now that they're unlocked, they can really take advantage of this. This is not good for Power Team Esports.
Yeah, but they don't have... Okay, it's going to be 2.7. And we are already past the halfway mark, and we haven't seen a single crash, next to the barn or anything like that. So definitely Lindner is managing the utilities and the vehicles better than on the last game.
Look at that. So Power Team East had to go all the way up there to go and score and even this player up.
True. But no huge gap. I mean, just 100 points.
No.
And Power Team Esports, they have 21 bales and 30k grain. So I think they definitely have the means to turn the whole situation upside down.
The trouble is at the moment that Lindner, for every bale they put in the top, are scoring 27 points. Whereas for PWE, that is only 13 points. So it is a massive deficit that PWE have if they score any points at the moment. And that is why they aren't. That is why they're just sitting there. The trouble is, it is very possible for Lindner to get a multiplier when you're having to play like this. You've got to be keeping a very close eye on it.
Yeah.
So this is not good.
Yeah, but I mean they're stacking the bales right next to the belt, so they have the grain. So it's just a matter of time when they go and unload that grain, gonna change the multiplier and gonna start stacking those bales. And on that situation, Lindner, they have nothing that they can respond with because they have 0 grain. So somebody needs to get themselves right next to the silo and start unloading.
I'm not sure they do, because the thing is that the advantage here is Lindner is scoring points all the time at this increased multiplier, and there is not enough grain there for a PWE to switch the multiplier the other way round. So if it evens out now, I think that's still Lindner winning. That's
now
still
Lindner's
advantage, and Lindner are going for
Yep.
bottom boost.
Yeah, which is
They've
fine.
got it. That is awful for PWE.
Yeah. Now it's even. And now they're going to start putting the 400 points for Lindner. I don't know what I mean, yeah, they're just too late with that, to be honest. And of course, the silo close was having an impact, but still, I think there was like 2 minutes more they could have used that. And Lindner, they just got those points like inside last 2-3 minutes. So I think it's all about, yeah, Power Team Esports just being a little bit late with the grain.
They and Power Team Esports have just managed to get a combo counter, which is really useful to them because that's an extra 40 points. It's now down to can Power Team Esports or Esport get all of these bales in? They do have a large amount more bales. Ooh, that's still in line. That is still in line, so those may very well go in.
I mean, that's.
Yeah, they're
think
not
it's
hanging over the edge.
I think it's the first time when I see that the bales are going to be piled that way
There they go.
on the belt. That's fine. 300 points now. They're 260 points away. But they're going to get more. And, I mean, while they're putting in more, Lindner, they're going to stack the ones which they have as well. So they're going to be counterfeiting the points which Power Team Esports will be getting at the same time.
There's a 300-point deficit here that I can't see how Power Team Esport can close up. They've got a lot of bales, but
yeah,
if Lindner are just delivering bales and loading them up with 2 minutes left on the clock, that is really difficult for them to try and match up.
That is true. That is true. Let's wait for it. I mean, what I have learned about Farming Simulator esports that never say never, because we have seen some crazy endings to happen in the past as well. I think Power Team Esports, at least they have the bales, and they have a very good chunk of those actually right next to the belt. And counting those very quickly, that's about 200 points floating there, and they're going to be bringing more. But the thing is that Lindner, of course, they will bring some more bales as well. So even if Power Team Esports will put all those bales in, they will be just barely tied with Lindner, and then Lindner getting these bales, for example, that's going to, again, increase the gap. So, yeah, like you said, very hard, but never say never. We have seen these last-second rushes where they have just, all the players and all the tires just stacking the bales into all holes available.
We have seen deficits like this close up in an instant, so it does happen sometimes.
And suddenly the gap is
but
only
it takes
100
a really skilled stacker
something
to do it, and a bit of a bit of luck.
Luck is always needed. You have 200 points now between them and just 45 seconds, so hard to see how that's gonna change. And Lindner just, I mean, they're not like having like a, they're just like putting them all the time. It's not that they're putting like 2 bales at the time, all the time, and just doing like a very hard work with the belt. They're just doing it very constantly with the average way of doing it, I would say, and that should be enough points to guarantee. Let's see, that one bale, it's gonna go inside. Yeah, there was 2 actually of them. So Power Team Esports, they have a good chance to get close, but will it be close enough? That's the question. Silas, meanwhile, again, having the issues with
Unforced
the
errors on Silas's part. But it doesn't matter at this point because Lindner take the second game.
Yeah.
Not quite as many points, though, as we saw in the first game. Yeah. And a much more even number of bales.
Yeah. But yeah, 200 points about between the teams. And this is going to take us to the third game of the series. So now it's 1-1. And then we'll see who's going to be, winning this match after the third game that we're going to be seeing just in a matter of seconds. So 1-1 situation. I mean, Power Team Esports, they didn't do any a huge mistake. They had an initial problem with the tractor, yes. But they just, I don't know, it seems that they had some missed opportunities there.
Very much so. It's there is space for them to But I think there's space for both teams to improve. We were still seeing some mistakes from Lindner. It wasn't so bad this time that it affected their scoreline like it did in the first game. But there is space for them to improve, definitely. You can see on screen at the moment with the German casters the wonderful straw press pack that you can win in today's giveaway! !Giveaway in the chat. For the tree link for that. So if you want to win one of those, make sure you have got your entry in.
It's a good looking package.
Yeah, we will be. It is a very good looking package.
I mean, for a while I was wondering if they actually have a bale on the studio, but no, it's the Fanaway gift.
With big Farming Simulator 22 printed on the side of it.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes, if you win it on the giveaway, then it comes to your post office, and then they're gonna wonder like what we're gonna do with it, like a one bale. Should we give it for the cows, or should we actually just give it to the receiver? But yeah, okay, just kidding, of course. But the good looking box definitely, and I mean, already last month I was hearing all about it, how much great stuff there is already, and I just have to take your word for it.
We are. I think we've got a couple of minutes until the next game. That first game today, I think Silas was trying to cut the corner on that bridge in that first game a couple of times, and it just the both times he just caught it enough to flip his tractor and cause the issue. And he seemed to sort that in the second one, but was still clipping the bridge a little bit on the way back. I think it was a better game from Lindner's point of view in how disruptive they were, and we've seen that with both games so far today, or both matches so far today. That the team that has been more disruptive in a particular game has invariably been the team that's won. And it just so happens that in the current match, the first game where it went to PWE, they were being more disruptive, and they were able to cause more problems from Lindner that then caused them in their rush to try and catch up to be making more unforced errors. And then in the second game, we had completely the flip where Lindner were being more disruptive, and you can see the effect it had on PWE's score. Over 1,000 points in the first game, only 600 odd points in the second. That is a massive drop in points, and it was simply because Lindner were being much more effective at being disruptive of their game.
But please explain me, because I'm a farming simulator noob in a way. You have so much more experience than I do. But I was really wondering why the Power Team Esports, they didn't unload the silo and adjust the multiply earlier. I think there was like 2-3 minutes, and we had Lindner getting so many points during that time, and Power Team Esports, they were not able to well, they were, but they were not getting the points from the bale. So was there a reason why they were waiting for it?
It's a very good question, and one I don't think I have an answer to right now.
Damn. I need to stop making too hard questions, but we're going to be heading towards the third game of the series just in a matter of seconds, and we're going to be heading towards the ban phase, and then, of course, for the picks as well. And there we go. Lindner versus Power Team Esports.
There we go. So this will decide who is going through to tomorrow's finals.
Yeah, we are already
Is it going to be Lindner, or is it going to be Power Team Esports? And are we going to see any different choices here?
Seems to be the same so far. Let's see if there's going to be any surprises there. But yeah, for now, that seems to be what we saw on the previous 2 games as well. And both teams made it to the finals last tournament. So either one of these will have definitely will not be able to achieve the same result. So
I'm slightly surprised. What? I'm slightly surprised at the banning choices this time. Lindner, I don't understand why they're not banning the case, why they're banning the Fent. Because the case is the better choice from the narrow wheel tractors. So people are going to pick the choice, pick the case over the fence. So not sure why to ban the fence. I'm also not sure why you'd ban the Lintner. It is, you choose John Deere over the Lintner. So the John Deere is the obvious one to ban. And then people choose Lintner as a backup.
Looking at the
So
icons
both of-
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are the same which we saw on the previous picks as well. What I was gonna say that looking at the icon on the the baler, the white baler icon, which is like below it, I don't know. Somehow it just reminds me of Rhino on wheels. I don't know why. It's just maybe I'm just imagining. Sorry, I just gotta say it before I'm gonna be losing my mind about thinking about it.
I'm not surprised by any of the tractor choices here. This is exactly what I would expect without the case band or the John Deere band. Those are first choice items, and that is minimal disruption and odd choices from Lintner.
Yeah, the battle from first bale is gonna start, so we shall see what's gonna happen this time. No flipping tractors as far as I can see, so everybody's gonna be heading out without any major issues. Also, Fanatic will be heading towards the pad, and there's gonna be a harvester waiting, and he's gonna be able to pick that up. We can see also Zerzeros going for the harvester.
Wow,
that's the ideal.
Zerzeros managing to pick up the ideal. They have an ideal reserved as well. That is a big advantage for Lintner. They can get so much grain back to the silo.
And now we just have to wait and see how the first bale gonna be to build up. 25 seconds to about 130 points. That's usually the case. Like if you get it inside 1 minute, that's 130 points. Noricam is already looking, as he's so close to the bridge. This is going to be a good point for Noricam, definitely. Power TV Esports, they will get a first fail. And that's going to be good points, unless, of course, he makes the mistake on the bridge. But, I mean, yeah, it's going to be about 130 points. That should be the amount, maybe 131. And he's going to miss that, so... I mean, I should not say anything.
He's got to go back and push it in with the front of the tractor.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. And he's going to be getting stuck. There we go. He's going to miss it badly. And Silas.
And it's allowed Silas, who had to travel a very long way to get his baler, it's allowed him back in with the points. And it's only a 5-point difference again.
Yeah.
That is...
It would have been about 131 points, I reckon. Because I think it was like 58 seconds or something if he would have managed to get it in. But this time at least Silas, he's not going to be tripping on the bridge. But then it's business as usual.
And he's off to get the overloader.
Porsche Titan. That's I mean, it's shiny metal. Who doesn't love shiny metal, to be honest? It's because everything is like, what I really love on the farming simulator is that, all the tractors and everything, they look like brand new, When you go out to actual fields, they are actually being used and they wear out quite a bit and so on, but everything's like so shiny here. It's almost like, getting a tractor straight out of the car wash.
I like my tractors with a little bit missing paint. I'll be honest. People are always telling me to repaint my stuff, and I refuse to. I like to see my tractor with a little bit of paint missing.
Yeah,
looks nicely used that way.
Yeah, my father-in-law used to repair old tractors as a hobby. So he had like massive Fergusons from the 15s, like on the outside of his house and everything. That's what I have been seeing on my life. But meanwhile, at 12 minutes, we should have the jobs coming in, speed limit and crazy tool.
Now, this will be interesting because we had choice. These two turn up in the first today. And the team that ultimately won that game chose speed limit over crazy tool. And in fact, Lintner have chosen speed limit over crazy tool. Yeah, and PWE are delivering grain. Lintner are on their way now. PWE still not picked up a power-up.
I can
Lintner
easily-
now delivering theirs.
I can easily imagine Kermit currently banging on his desk like, why nobody's picking up the crazy tool? I want to see that.
The commentator's curse is in full effect.
Yeah, caster curse is real. That's why. But we should just be silent. Then nobody could blame us at all. Just have like a 15 minutes of silence, and then just let people imagine what we're gonna say.
I've got to be right at some point.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen very often, but.
But okay, I mean they had a good chance for the first bail. I guess we're talking about the first bail, but just didn't work out. But that's how it is. That's the the excitement. Imagine if you're watching whatever, like ski jumping on television, and then there's the best of the world that should fly like 150 meters, and then he's gonna do only 135. Nobody's saying that it's a caster curse there.
And so Silas hasn't actually bailed much at all. No, in fact, Silas hasn't bailed anything. Neither team has many bails at the moment. This is very much a play for play. There's not a huge amount of disruption going on. It's both teams have the same number of bails. They have roughly the same amount of grain. They've got the same multiplier. This is very much at the moment a play for play.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna come on the 8-minute drops. I guess the usual strategy. Well, okay, not the usual one, but quite commonly used, that people gonna collect that grain, and then they're gonna be ready for the 8-minute drop to see what's gonna come from there, and if they can somehow disrupt the other team's execution of the strategy. But we still have to wait for a 1 minute and 15 seconds to see that. But yeah, I mean now it's time to get all those bales done and maybe move some of them towards the barn as well. If there's going to be a multiplier, for example, on the job, then it's definitely a good time to have some bales ready right next to it. And of course, these people, the players on the fields currently with the harvesters and everything, they can easily change the course and just start heading towards the barn if there's going to be a multiplier that's going to be picked.
And Fnatic is now loading bales in. Both teams are only on a 2x multiplier, so makes sense for them to deliver bales now. Oh, and Xerxes catching the edge as he goes over the bridge of death.
I mean,
somebody in the chat called it earlier.
I know that people are in a hurry to get the bales, you have to get them there. But if you gotta keep cutting the corners, you might get like let's say not even a half a second advantage. It's probably like
and the
0.2
trouble is
seconds
with
or
3
something.
bales on the front of there. That tractor is very much front heavy. Silo close versus speed up. I think both teams are going to have to go for silo close. Speed up is not going to be much use.
Yeah, but we can see Lintner already unloading it. And now if they manage to unload it and get the silo closed, there's nothing what Power Team Esports can do for a while. And now Power Team Esports, they go for the silo close. They manage to stop the flow of grain from Lintner's side of things. But now Lintner, they have to go for the silo closed as well before Power Team Esports can start unloading the grain.
Yeah, you're right. That is very actually it's very disruptive from Lintner getting all of that grain in and then just waiting until Power Team Esports pull up to start unloading, and they've got some in there. Xerxes grabbing the silo closed.
Yeah, just in time.
And for 92 seconds, they have a 2.4 advantage. This is massively disruptive from Lintner.
Now just get the bales rolling on the bell. That's gonna be a lot of points already, 26. So this is the time. This is the hammer time, as they call it. Now you have to get the bales on the belt and start collecting those points. And Power Team Esports, there's still like more than a minute 60-something seconds that I can see until they can do something about it. So that's gonna be the time when Lindner needs to get those bales in, because for sure the first thing that's gonna happen after 55 seconds is that Power Team Esports, they're gonna start unloading the grain and adjusting the multiplier. And this time, if they really want to catch Lindner, they have to do it on time. They cannot have those like 2-3 minutes of slack time just to chill there and not to unload it. They have to get it straight after the silo close is gonna end.
And Fnatic having a lot of trouble getting 3 bales on the front there. He lost some really valuable time trying to get those up. And Albert is not going to try and cross that bridge. He could have made it, but he's instead going to go over the Bridge of Doom. And
Bridge of Doom.
Desirus still take advantage of this 2.4 multiplier. Although they're not as far ahead, Lindner, as I'd expect them to be with this much of a multiplier advantage. Actually, that's a 2.6 advantage, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the
that
dead
is
bridge.
a lot of extra points.
We spoke about the dead bridge. We spoke about the the cursed bridge and everything. And now suddenly Alex comes with a Bridge of Doom. And then I guess the
I think
only
Bridge of Doom fits it rather nicely now.
Yeah, I mean, the only person who's going to be able to pass that bridge is going to be Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones and the Bridge of Doom.
Yeah, the Bridge of Doom. Kalimal! But
look
okay.
at all those bales PWE have sitting there waiting to score when they even things up. They need to get back up there because at the moment they're still giving Lindner this big advantage.
Yeah, now the boat silo close, they have ended. And the Power Team Esports, they have the grain, but they once again they haven't started unloading it. So of course they have 20 bales, by the way, so if they can manage to get those bales in and of course adjust the multiplier, but the time is again of the essence. It's 4 minutes plus 15 seconds remaining. And the question once again is that will Power Team Esports let Lindner have such a big lead that they cannot catch anymore, and now the grain is going in.
And now we're going to see PWE start to deliver their bales. Are they going to get the super drop though? Super drop has dropped and it is bottom boost. 45 seconds. This is for Lindner if they grab it. But no, it is going to go. Oh, who got it? Power Team Esports grab it on the drive-by.
Yeah.
And that is huge for them. If they can get these bales pushed in the bottom,
they have
blocked themselves.
That's a huge amount of bales there. I mean, that's easily gonna catch the gap. You have to get the work down. Fnatic, now it's not gonna be the time when you can break down with the tractor. Just get it in. That's gonna be a 60 points with a single push.
In one fell swoop, he's evened up their scores pretty much.
It's almost like having a bird, like push.
And he's going to grab some more and just push them all in the bottom, score a whole load of points at once. Has he done it? No, he's missed. There we go. A load more points in the bottom.
Yeah.
And that has evened things up really well. And Power Team Esports have the bale advantage at this point. They can win this. They very much can win this now. They just need to get those bales on that conveyor.
Yeah, they definitely have a chance. Let's see, there's going to be one bale, by the way, dropping down from Lindner.
And Lindner dropping bales off the side.
But, I mean, what happened with the Power Team Esports was that they did put almost all the bales available next to the belt on the bottom floor. So now they need to have some more bales from the fields next to the barn. And currently Lindner is already unloading them. So Power Team Esports, they use the time to put the bales in, but now when you have to start stacking them on the belt, I'm not sure if they're gonna be as successful as Lindner by doing it, because I think Lindner is like more organized here. But this is actually looking pretty good now. But it's very hard to tell.
Yeah, this is all down to can Fnatic get these bales on here. There are definitely enough bales kicking around.
But they are coming. And there's a couple bales here and there, but they're not really like that nicely stacked next to the belt that they can just, start with the small movements, put them like, after each other. They have to do more
There's-
work for one bale than Lindner currently.
It's a 1 bale difference between the teams
That's good.
at the moment.
That's going to be a
And-
lot of
and
points. 60 points right there.
Lindner are actually pressing bales at the moment faster than PWE are.
1 minute and 20 seconds. And he's going to be, fixing that a little bit. Needs to get some more.
Oh,
This is going to be so close. But just looking Power Team Esports, I mean, the amount of bales
Go,
right
go.
next to the belt is going to be so low. And Silas, it's not
Silas,
the time to make the mistake, but no! What's going to
Silas is
happen
stuck
there?
up the side. Is he? Oh, he's lost the bale.
Use the force,
could
Silas.
be the bale that decides this.
But he still got it. I mean, there was a
they are
chance.
even on points.
That's true. But there was definitely a
The
chance that
delay
they
of
gotta
the
get stuck
delivery
there.
of 1 bale cost the entire match for Lindner.
Well, Fnatic getting the bales there. There's a couple bales, 20 points more waiting on the belt. They can stack something on the first floor as well. And for Lindner, there's no bales. So there's actually now 1, 2. That's looking actually pretty good. It's going to be very close. It's very hard to tell. But Power Team Esports still seems that they are missing the bales.
And Norikam is getting that bale on there.
It's going
There's
to go.
bales in the back.
Yeah, Lindner stacking them all
It's not
in.
going to be enough.
That's going to be just 10-point difference.
Is it enough? It's not enough.
10 points to go.
Lindner take it.
Yeah.
783 to 773. Lindner take it.
That is
that
so
was
close.
so close.
Yeah, just 10 points. I was
3
gonna
extra bales from Power Team Esports though. Wow.
ask, what if they would have tied with the points? What's the next
If they're
decider?
tied, it goes to it either goes to number of balls delivered into the top or delivered grain. I can't remember which.
Well,
You were right the
anyways.
first time. Bales into the top.
Oh, there we go.
Bales into the
Terminator
top,
just
there we go.
can't
And
keep
then
the
it, and then
microphone
it
off.
goes to the amount of grain delivered, isn't it? Yeah.
The tiebreakers in order, of course, scores first, and then it's bales into the top. Total amount of bales. First bale score, grain, and then first claim. That's
Thank you.
according to
There
the
we go.
stat sheet.
Thank you for the clarification. Anyways, Lindner
I
will
missed the
take the
page, that was
series,
up.
so they will go and you'll see those guys on the final tomorrow. So they will win the series 2-1.
That is an impressive game from both teams in the end. Actually, it wasn't a massive amount of mistakes from either team in that second game.
Yeah, just a
And-
small. I mean, one thing at the bridge for Silas, but
Yeah.
that's it. A very minor thing, and they still won it. But imagine if it would have gone the other way around, that Power Team Esports would have won it with the 10 points.
Right, we are off for a short break. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. It's one of those things. I don't know who was going to talk then. So that was a couple of very exciting matches that we just had.
Yeah, great series. I mean, it was a very close one. Of course, the first game was quite, well, not so even, to be honest. And then the third game, of course, it kind of like closed the whole series. And on the second game, of course, the mistakes were costing a little bit. But on the third game, it was so close. And I was just going to say before the break that imagine if one more bail for the Power Team Esports would have gone in, how much Silas would have been like wondering about that one lost bail on the bridge.
Oh, that last moment where there was only one bail left for Team Esports didn't put in, and had that gone in the bottom, then that would have been even. And as we were saying, it would have then gone down to how many had gone into the top overall. And yeah, just would have been so close.
Yeah, I just want to see these replays if we can see those mistakes, how they happened. We got some hints from the chat as well that they had an idea how it happened, but I want to see a couple of those because we had pretty big accidents actually happening, especially on the first game of the series. But now we're gonna be heading back to the German casters. Look at those two handsome guys on the studio. They are,
of course, in the studio while we are doing this from home at the moment. And yeah, look at that. Just trying to get those first balls in as quickly as possible. A perfect flick there on the first one. Silas does like to cut that corner.
It's getting
really
very close.
Pushes it every time.
Oops. There was a mistake as well. I guess we're getting highlights of the close encounters. So these guys actually, did they run to each other? No, Silas just, somehow losing the control and Zerzato's coming to help. This is what we saw on the broadcast as well. That Zerzatos just came there to help. And then we had on the same game as well, the accident on the bridge. I guess it's this one maybe. So yeah, he was cutting it very much. Oh, that was flipping quite heavily.
Yeah, pushing it and pushing it and pushing it until, yeah, he just flipped it.
Yeah, he just flipped it. But yeah, well, I mean, I guess we do have a name for the bridge. All thanks to Terminator, of course. But yeah, in the end, I mean, they managed to get the...
finally get that bailer the right way up.
Yeah.
But it was too late, and a 300-point difference on that first game.
Yeah, that was the not so close one, to be honest. Power Team Esports got it.
He did flip it himself.
Yeah.
He turned too sharply. He was mucking about. And, yeah. And then miss from Silas there. Fnatic eventually managing to get this tractor back on his wheels.
I would not try that with a real tractor, to be honest.
No.
I don't know if that would work. At least he would get some scratches on it, so it wouldn't be so brand new looking anymore after it. But yeah, a lot of this, like, this is the great one. I mean, I love these bales, to be honest. Like how he stacked them the other way around. The first one is a little bit moving there, but the one on the back is going to be supporting it. So we'll get those nicely inside. And this was the call which you mentioned, Alex, that they got the second ideal, which was huge for collecting the grain. And in the end, I mean, they won it. I don't know if they would have won it without it, to be honest.
I don't think they took full advantage of that, especially with that problem.
Yeah, Zerzatos also.
Everybody's trying to cut that corner, get there as quickly as possible. Brilliant play there by PW on getting that bottom boost.
Oh yeah,
then Silas just that nearly cost into the game.
That's a close
If he'd
call.
gone over, that would have been it. But 10-point difference in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the bales in front, they were actually a little bit sideways, so it was actually pretty wide load, which he had on the front. And that, of course, made the whole, like, fitting from that bridge a little bit more complicated. So what I would say from that situation, that it could have gone even more worse. So I think he got the better out of the situation.
Right. So, yeah, there we go. Next match is up in a moment.
And do remember the giveaway command on the chat. So !giveaway, and you can win one of those fabulous Farming Simulator 22 fan kits. It can be all yours. Just use the command on the chat and you'll be participating on the giveaway. And we do have one for today. I guess we have one for tomorrow as well. So just make sure to follow the channel and come back also tomorrow. If you enjoy the broadcast, you still have a chance also tomorrow to win the same fan kit.
Yeah, I remember I was actually in the meeting when we talked about making this fan kit to look like a straw bale, and I was like, that's going to be so cool. Like, even before I saw what it looked like, I knew that the community would be all about it. And of course, early on, it was like press kits and sent to our partners and the like. But now, if you're watching the FSL, 5 of these given away this weekend, so a chance for you at home to get this fan kit as well. And here we go. It's time to carry on. And it's been a good day so far. We've got Vermeer's Flamboyance going up against Herman here now in this next matchup. Not on the broadcast, but a tasty matchup in this round is Vulture against My Insanity. I'm interested to see who comes out on top of that one and moves on to tomorrow. But also same deal here as we have... Vermeer's Flamboyance are currently tied in 3rd place. Herman not making it to the finals last month, so they could really do with progressing here today.
Oh, we saw Vermeer's on the last tournament. I don't think we saw Herman at all on the previous tournament. Maybe they were playing off stream, but I don't recall these guys on the broadcast at all, at least. So
yeah,
will be definitely
you might be
interesting
right.
lineup.
It's hard to remember. It's interesting this year, you know, we're awesome. It's awesome that we're getting to do these on Saturday for one thing. But, you know, we are missing out on certain teams not showing up on the broadcast, but I'm sure that all the teams will get their chance at some point. And this is interesting because this is the first time, unless I missed it last time, I think this is the first time we're seeing Unstoppable as a team perk today, and both teams have gone with it.
Yeah, I was checking the last tournament. So Herman on the last tournament, on the first round of the plains, they were playing versus Trelleborg. So of course, Trelleborg won it, so they won the whole tournament. So they just, you know, they were eliminated on the first game of the whole tournament, last tournament.
Right. Makes sense.
Unfortunate, but it is what it is. But now we had the picks already, and now we're gonna be having the player picks. As we can see, cases for the both sides. John Deere, Massey, yeah, quite similar selections as we can see. But there we go. The picks are done, and then we should be heading towards the fabulous start of the game always. The battle of the first bale.
Oh, here's a good bit of news. This matchup, Copter, has become even bigger because there was a matchup between Team TBR and Battle Combine that was set to take place off the broadcast in the second round. These teams, for whatever reason, have not shown up. So now the winners of this one do not only go into the finals tomorrow, but they get a free ticket into the semifinals tomorrow.
Ooh, there's a lot of on the line.
So that's huge.
Yeah, and we can see how these are very eager to go for the pass. They're going to start building the first bale ASAP. And, that's going to be actually Herman not getting the harvester they were hoping for. That's going to be stolen in front of them. We can see the troops heading onto the fields and starting to build that bale. And I don't know, it's in 805. I don't know, it's like Nior. How to pronounce that, but he was having a bit of like a AFK moment there.
Oh, so I actually struggled with this last season when I first started too, and apparently it's supposed to be sort of like Leet speak, so it's pronounced Nightos.
Nightos, okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with it. The first bale, that's going to be a good one, by the way. If it goes
Oh, yeah,
144,
nice.
that's a great one for Vermeers. I mean, every time when you have it like under 60 seconds, it's going to be a 130 something at least, but 144, that's a really good one.
So I was mentioning how the winner of this one will advance not only to the quarterfinals, but will now have a bye because of the teams not showing up that would have been facing them. That means that 50 circuit points are at stake for the winner of this, no matter what they do tomorrow. I mean, that is huge. That would put you potentially early in the season in the top 5. So a huge opportunity for both of these teams right now. And especially for Herman, who, as we mentioned, did not make it and currently don't have any circuit points, did not make it to the finals last month. They could, if they win this, then they're equal on points with Vermeer's Flamboyance in the circuit standings, basically.
Yeah, there's a quite big gap on the points with the first bale, so 39 points for Vermeer. So that's almost 2 bales with the default 2.0 multiplier. So definitely a great start for Vermeers, and now we just have to wait and see what Herman can actually do here. Do they have a strategy? Both teams are collecting the grain, so it's business as usual for now. But yeah, you know, in 40 seconds, the whole life can change. But there we go. So now teams are just grinding and collecting the grain. They're gonna start, pressing the bales a little bit later. And we haven't seen either of the teams heading towards the silos yet because they are just, collecting the grain. And 15 seconds for the first drops. And looking at the progress of collecting the grain, if I'm not mistaken, I think that these guys will just wait for a while. No, Hayden will start moving towards the silo. So they do have an idea that they want to go and change the multiplier as the drops are spawning at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good moment to do it. And also, when you are stuck with the auger wagon, you have to deliver it as soon as it's full so you can bring it back out and fill it up again, right? So direct delivery and bridges raised. Neither of these are really going to be like super appealing, I would say, to these teams. But you never know.
Could we change the name of the bridge raised? I mean, could it be like only Bridge of Doom? Or something like that. Would be a whole lot more.
I mean, like
yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down on that one. I like it a lot.
Yeah, we can always make like an online petition about it. Like, let's start collecting some names. Please change it. Please change it. But yeah, so yeah, neither of the teams have picked anything for now. I mean, picking the bridge race, there's no harm at least to your own side about it. So, but of course, we might lose some very important time from the current task at hand. So that's definitely a different matter. The grain situation is still pretty much even, but we can see that there is some unloading was happening for a while. But now it's the still 2.0 for the both sides.
Yeah, I mean, that first bale difference is a huge early advantage for Vermeer's Flamboyance for sure. And I have to say, I saw someone mention it in chat earlier, how there seemed to be even more French teams this season, and Vermeer's Flamboyance is showing that they are here to compete. And so if you don't know, someone mentioned this in the chat earlier, the Minister of Agriculture in France actually ran a tournament outside of original FSL to help increase interest for the Farming Simulator League in France. And Vermeer's Flamboyance also has a B team, and they have been putting in a lot of practice, from what I understand, to prepare for this season. And it's kind of showing, to be honest. They're currently sitting in 3rd place. They made it into the finals and made it to the semifinals last month. So, the sky's the limit really for them. And there's so many storylines that are still to play out this season. And Herman are a strong team too, and very well could start getting some circuit points on the board and and climbing up the standings. So it's good to see a wider variety of strategies being employed. It's good to see new teams coming in, teams that have been around for a while and performing well. But I feel like the competition level is continuing to rise in the Farming Simulator League.
We just need to explore those options. After the commentating career is over, we can start playing, and then we'll see what we have learned. Nothing, most probably. It's always easy to tell what you see and how, when you look it from the, bird's eye view of things, but when you actually need to do something on the server, that's a completely different matter. But there we go. Bales are getting inside. Fermiers, meanwhile, they managed to adjust the ratio. No, it's still 2.0. So these are just basic bales getting inside 20 points apiece. And that is 60 points sitting on the belt. And they're at least getting some points home. And Herman, meanwhile, they are trying to go and now change the multiplier, as we do have 20 seconds. So they are smart and they do this before the drops come in, just in case if the silo close is going to be there.
That might be our first, oh my god, Farming Simulator tournaments. I think I've finally seen it all. That's our first type of comment of today, but these always happen during these tournaments. And welcome to the party, Tasky3 in Twitch chat. We hope you enjoy yourself. We get that a lot. We did this recent partnership with Red Bull Gaming, and that's brought some new people into the fold too that still just, this is the 4th season for the FSL, but really it's still in its infancy at this point, and the knowledge and the exposure of it is continuing to get out there more and more. And PC Gamer did an article about it recently as well. So the word's getting out, but I love it when people, find it through Twitch or YouTube or Facebook for the first time. Those are my favorite reactions.
I could definitely relate to that. I had that moment some years ago when I saw that first time that there's a farming simulator league. Oh my god, there's actually a farming simulator league. And then I had my second moment, some months ago when somebody approached me from the Giant software that, oh my god, I'm going to be casting farming simulator league. That's the second oh my god for me. But here we are. But meanwhile, there was a silo close and it's been picked by Fermiers. Herman didn't go for it and it's not available anymore. So it's disappeared. There's 1 minute of time to collect it and that's gone. So now Fermiers, they can just, they don't have any more grain. So it's going to stay at 2.0 and that's only going to make Herman not to change the ratio against Fermiers.
This is an intriguing one. Like Herman are trailing in the bales. They're trailing by almost 200 points, over 200 now. And Fermiers Flamboyance is close to a combo here. And they've gotten it. There's the Bale-tastic for 10 in a row. So that's 50 extra bonus points on top of the points they scored for all of those bales. And it has not been a good start in this first of the best of 3 for Herman.
What's going to happen here is that Herman, they have the grain waiting there. So we only have a couple of seconds, 15 seconds left on the silo close. So Herman, they should, of course, unload this. And there's nothing what Fermiers can do about it. They have 0 grain. They cannot counterfeit it. And there's 5 minutes on the clock. So this is definitely the hammer time for Fermiers. And Herman, they should have a slight advantage till the rest of the game, maybe even. Not completely sure. But Herman, I think that they have a chance to catch up, but they just don't have the bales. Look at the Fermiers, they have 14.
Yeah, they very well could come back with this extra, advantage in the multiplier now, but the problem is like we've seen disrupts working a lot, right? And what Fermier has done there has made Herman waste a lot of time sitting at the silo that they could have been otherwise spending getting bales pressed or delivered. So it's going to be, who's going to win out? Is it going to be the team that scored a lot of their points, extra bale points early, or will it be the team that scores them late on? We're about to find out with 5 minutes to go. But what a nice lead right now for Fermiers. They have to be liking the position they're in despite the disadvantage in the multiplier.
Yeah, that is true. The bales are coming in. So now, Herman, they do have 7. The bridge is going to go down. Let's see, Daflo. Well, getting on the other side, and that's that's what I can call a safe passage. There's nothing extra going on there, even waiting for the very last moment when the bridge is actually down, not trying to do any tricks there and take any risks.
It could have been worse as well for Vermeers because they're only getting 10 less points per bale at the moment. It could have been 20. So they might just be able to hang on, especially if they can just keep pressing bales and not let Herman get a massive advantage in the amount of bales.
Yeah, that is true. It's we don't see that happening very often. That let's say there's a 10-point multiplier difference per bale. It's very hard to catch.
Bottom
you know,
boost
there's
for
like
the super drop.
if both teams will just put the bales at the same time in, there's no way that you can catch 300 points with that kind of a multiplier. So I guess the key is usually to be able to get the bales in when the other one
Right.
is not doing. It's just maximizing the amount of that you can just push the bales in. But yeah,
Vermeers
bottom
picked up
boost
the
there.
bottom boost, which I don't think Herman really could have benefited from it anyways. But here's Tita, just putting them into the top anyways for some practice. He's not even bothering putting them in the bottom.
Yeah.
What's that about?
I mean, he loves the work. that's
And that one's
a
gonna
piece
fall
of
off.
work. But
He
it's still
could have
going to
pushed
stay there
that
for
one
a
in.
while.
You
So
could have pushed that
maybe.
into the bottom and not done that, but
Yeah.
that's probably just more like they were maybe worried that Herman had a bunch ready to push in. So again, a moment of disrupt with the super drop only being able to be claimed by one team. Often, even if you don't necessarily want it for yourself, you want to get it so your opponents don't get it, right? So
Yeah. Deflo getting some bales on the belt. There's going to be about, what can I see, like 7, 8 bales, maybe even less, waiting there. Some are coming with 2.5 minutes, and even if they could fit all the bales, 17 which they have, I don't think it's going to be enough.
yeah,
To be
if
honest.
this was last season and Transport Company was a thing and Herman was sitting at 240 points and they were going to bring all their bales in at the end and score a bunch of combo points, I would think they'd have a chance. But to have been they're now at 265 with 2 minutes to go. That kind of a score line with 2 minutes to go is not really a position you want to be in.
I mean, so many times I keep hearing stories about the transport company, and every time you're gonna mention it, or anybody's gonna mention it, I'm like, oh, I wish I would have been there. And then you were calculating the at the start of the show, you were talking about the averages, last season, points per game, and so on. So I guess the transport company actually made a huge difference on those average points as well.
It was just because the ability to score combo points was much higher, and you could get multiple combos pretty easily. We've had a oops somewhere for Vermeers off of our screen here, and meanwhile we've also had a technical break, so that may have actually been some lag that caused a crash and then a disconnect. So Vermeers has the lead here, and they need to get their player back in these 3 minutes, or all of this hard work in this first round could be undone. That would be unfortunate.
Well, they still have time, and we had this last tournament as well, but every time the players came back, so let's hope it's gonna be getting resolved. There's many reasons for that. It's gonna be like an electricity outage, internet.
Right.
I guess that's the most common problem, and various.
This is an
reasons.
unfortunate side effect of playing these tournaments this season online as well. So many different people in different locations with different internet connections. So we always expected that this was kind of going to be something that we had to live with. I like the fact that it's online only this season has its positives and negatives. And I think that it's great because it's brought in a wider variety of teams. We've seen teams from South Africa, we've seen teams from Australia, and teams from North America now competing in season 4, despite the potential ping issues that they have to deal with because it's online only. That opens it up to a wider group of people. But man, there's just something special about those in-person events as well, and seeing the guys on screen, the players, their reactions live when they make a mistake or they pull out a crazy new strategy or a last-minute win. It's hard to beat that, being able to see these live reactions. But
on the other hand, like I said, great to see a wider variety of teams from multiple locations of the world competing now.
I think it's the same with everything. I mean, so a lot of things have moved online because of the COVID situation that we had, and just the normal work, just a lot of Teams meetings, and people. They got used to stay online, but now when people are at least on some of the places returning back to the office, it's really nice to see people go have lunch together and so on. That is at least what I do enjoy about going back to the office. But now we got to be returning to the game,
there
so
it
we
is.
can stop talking about it. And once again we do have a mistake. Sinus accidentally thought a tractor is same as a boat.
My guess is that disconnect happened and that happened at the same time.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I don't know if Cygnus can get unstuck now. We'll see. This could open the door for Herman with a minute to go, but they still have a large gap to make up.
Yeah, it's 45 seconds. They need to get, at least 10
points,
bales.
Yeah, they don't have the bales to do it. Unfortunately, they've just... Cygnus should just do what he can here, but he should be happy with the fact that Vermeers were out to a nice lead when that occurred already. Herman now stacking bales up on the belt. This is going to score them some points here late on, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Do they even have time to get all those bales inside? No, Dufflo's going to stuck them on the first floor as well. They will maximize the points, but that's about it. So they can get 600 something, but definitely will be more than 100 points away from Vermeers when the clock is going to run out. And that is Vermeers taking the first match of this best of 3 series.
I think this is the first time today that we've seen teams score below 800. So the fact that Vermeers were able to win with 769, like, they've won this first of the best of 3, but I don't think that they can be 100% happy with their performance either. Because once you get into the later rounds now, I feel like in Season 4, you're not in the 850 or above range. We have seen several 900s and 1000s as well. Like, that's really what you want to shoot for to be at the elite level. So these two teams can improve. Plenty of room for improvement in the second of the best of 3 coming up.
Herman didn't pick any drops. Not the super drop, but not any other drops either. So they had none picked up. I'm just wondering, would that change the balance situation on the middle? They were. I mean, the silo was closed from the other side for a while, and the silo close was available for them as well. Maybe that could have changed the situation, or what do you think, Kermit?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing for me, and Virtual Farmer's been preaching this for a while, even like last season, and it seems even more effective now, is the disrupting your opponent. So these two teams this last round just went kind of like for like. And so it kind of came down to like who makes the least amount of mistakes and who is executing the actual like delivery of grain and the scoring of bales better. And I think that Vermeers won that because they got out into that lead early on. They got silo closed in the drop, and they were able to disrupt. They were able to disrupt by doing that. So I think that is becoming more and more obvious that is kind of the way to win in Season 4. It's not necessarily about what you should do for your team, but what can you do against the other team. We saw it in the first matchup of the day, Cortiva and My Insanity. In the very first match, My Insanity had the multiplier advantage, and then Grain Multiplier and Silo Close popped up at the same time. And that completely ruined any chance that Cortiva had really to get back into it, even though there was so much more time still to play. There was a long way to go, but yeah, if you can get those moments to fall right for you and disrupt your opponent right, like, you're looking pretty good. And I think that's why teams are starting to use Bottleneck a lot as well. It's such a good way to disrupt your opponent and make them go all the way around.
But you mean the Bridge of Doom only?
Yeah, I liked what Felden said earlier.
He said we should nickname the safer route to Terminator's Curse, which I found pretty funny too. I had no clue that bottleneck would be used as much as it would be, and that's kind of put more of a spotlight on the Stone Bridge,
I mean,
the safer route this season.
There's some
But yeah,
banners on that bridge. I mean, could we get some kind of a paint, maybe your picture, and maybe you know,
yeah.
I mean,
That's what we need. That would be great to see. You know, like how you can go to an amusement park and like there's a camera somewhere like on the main drop of the roller coaster. We need a camera that like snapshots from a different angle, like attached to that barrier that people are constantly crashing into, that advertising board. Because yeah, the bridge is bad enough, but if the bridge wobble makes you hit that board, as we saw Silas do for Lindner earlier, like that's an even like worse opponent to come up against. That combo of the bridge plus the advertising boards. Well, I'm surprised really to see both teams going with Unstoppable, but I said it earlier. I feel like teams are still learning the client for season 4, and so because it's early on in the season, teams are sticking to the strategy that they've been practicing.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see the Unstoppable on the previous match, but now it's there. But yeah, no surprises otherwise. I mean, small changes there with the Harvester, but that's pretty much it. Cases, we have seen a lot of cases today, to be honest, and Massey Ferguson and John Deere, they have been also very widely used. So not really a surprise, to be honest, so far. So these picks, they are pretty much the standard ones as we have seen. And now it's going to be once again the time to run for the first bale.
Just wanted to update everyone on another matchup in round 2 today that is not taking place on the broadcast. Trelleborg took on Far Out Esports and won in very convincing fashion against the team from South Africa. Trelleborg scoring 1,325 in the first game and 1,039 in the second game for the straight sweep.
Well, there we go. The time is once again running. And we can see Herman going for the pads. Seeking is going to go and pick up that baler. And then they're going to start, well, cooking the first bale. And then we'll see how fast it's going to be this time. So if you can get it inside 30 seconds, then we should be getting around 140 points. I mean, from the current moment that when I said it. And we just have to wait and see. I mean, Hayden actually has a pretty good place. Every time when you can disengage behind the harvester, this close to the bridges, you always have a good chance and a good shot.
I find it interesting as well that like this is the strategy.
I mean, this is huge. If he can actually get that inside, it's going to be 145 at least.
I feel like the main strategy for first bale has changed this season. 146, a nice one by Hayden there. Like last season, it used to be teams would reserve a baler, which spawns on the far field, closer to your silo, and there's a baler there and already a strip of straw, and teams would do that and have the narrow tires. I think that's what Nidos has just done, actually, is like the first bale tactic we saw last season, but it's much slower than starting at the right behind the harvester, right near the barn. I mean, that's a 25 points difference. 121 isn't a horrible score. It's not the lowest we've seen today, but when a team can pull out a 146 and you're already down 25 points, it's not a good start for Herman yet again.
Yeah, it's every time, like I said, when you're close to the bridges and you can just press the bale there and just make a quick run, and if you can flick it inside, then it's usually a pretty good result, as we have seen now multiple times. But I mean, still 25 points. Yes, that is something, but it's not like a huge gap. It shouldn't be a deal breaker. But some of the games we have seen today, I mean, the gap has been 10 points by, I think that was the closest one on the last series of matches. So yeah, it can be the crucial amount of points required to win it.
So one of the things I love about
the Farming Simulator League and esports in general is the live interaction that you can have with chat while the tournament's going on. So there's a few questions in chat. Someone said, where did it go? Online matchmaking in the actual game? No, hopefully in the future. Someone said, what's the best score you've done in a scrim while using this client? They're asking us. Are you asking us like if we've played it personally? Because my best score playing in a team on the scrims, I've won a few matches, but I don't think it's really been down to me. It's been down to my teammates that are actual pros and there to help me out. So yeah, SGA did beat Bednar in one game, but lost in the best of 3. We're seeing in chat now. But man, to get a win against Bednar, even just one game, I think is impressive for the newcomers, for sure.
Well, there we have the 12-minute drops. There's the silo closed. That's tempting, definitely. 90 seconds. Looking at the grain. So if Vermeer's can actually get it, they are currently unloading. It's 3.0 for them. Herman, they started a little bit later. So if they now close the silo, that would be great. But we'll see if somebody's going to go for it before Herman can actually, balance the multiplier back to the normal state or even make it an advantage for them. That's the question. But we haven't seen anybody picking up the drops, and now they're already gone because we are less than 11 minutes on the clock. So that's not going to affect the situation.
Fallen Legend in chat says, have you ever had a team use one player to disrupt the opposition in terms of ramming them and being unsportsman? That's not possible. The teams are actually separated by a ravine. It's a reverse mirrored map so they can see each other, but it is impossible for them to reach each other. You can kind of see that on the screen right now as the camera's panning. You can see the red team on the other side of that. So they can't ram each other, but their maps are completely the same in terms of size. Just flipped in reverse mirrored image.
I'm not a huge fan of ramming, to be honest, but I would love to see that that you could actually exit your vehicle and sneak on the other one and stole the tractor from the other or something like that. That would be that would be something. Oh, we had that grain on the silo. Oh, we don't have it anymore there. That would definitely create some chaos. But yeah, that's a different topic. We can have some kind of a stream session about talking about the possible developments later on. Now we can see Hayden go into fix the ratio. We can see Herman actually collecting at the same time, so they are not unloading. No, he's just gonna leave it there, so it's ready and waiting. But so I guess we are seeing I'm not gonna say traditional, but a lot used strategy. The teams are really trying to wait and building up for the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart. There is definitely more potential to score some points early on, depending on the tactic you're playing. Especially, we saw My Insanity doing that earlier. They were already against Big Hall. Bottleneck against Big Hall, scoring points early is kind of important because your opponent's going to, wait. But here, they're going like for like. They're going to be delivering the same amount of grain at the same time, basically, as each other. Herman is getting some grain delivered now, but I would imagine that Vermeer's Flamboyance is not too far behind to deliver some of their own.
Yeah, I mean, Herman could be a little bit early here, to be honest, but but if there's gonna be silo close on the 8-minute drops, then of course that's gonna change the whole situation, because Vermeers, they definitely have the grain, but they are not yet on the silo. They should start unloading it soon, but yeah, if there's gonna be a silo closed on the 8-minute mark, then Herman definitely is going to go and pick that up, yeah.
In fact, Vermeers is also doing the grain chain and bringing in the harvesters in, so they are going to be able to get an advantage here for a bit. Yeah. Flip it back, and Herman's not scored any points, and they are going to start delivering some of this, but it very well could still happen that Vermeers could get grain multiplier here, potentially. Surprised they're not waiting those few extra seconds to start dumping this. It is Bale multiplier and crazy tool. So that's worked out pretty well in Herman's advantage. They've picked up crazy tool meanwhile, but there's no one bailing. So the 30 seconds is going to be wasted. They're not going to get
there was a baler right there, and Nightos is maybe going to get 10 seconds worth of this. Less than that, really. So that was not... And neither one really would have worked for Herman because they're also not ready to deliver any bales. They only have 3 at the moment. So he's able to get a few seconds of this. He's going to get like 4 or 5 bales out of it, and that is it. Meanwhile, Vermeer still has 15 seconds to go grab this if they want to. It looks like Haidon might be coming for it. He's jumping out of the tractor. Is he going to get there in time on foot? Does he want Bale Multiplier? Because it's too far away. He's going to have to take Crazy Tool. And are they outpressing Bales, though? I don't think so.
Same thing. I mean, yes, they will get some kind of a benefit from the Crazy Tool, but considering the time lost by going to collect that, would they have been able to, just press the bales at the same time without the Crazy Tool about the same amount? So is it just like extra work to go there and, basically gain nothing because they're going to lose the time by doing the bales otherwise?
Yeah, the teams have pretty much canceled each other out. They both had about like 7 or 8 seconds worth of the Crazy Tool out of the potential 30 they could have had. I think, honestly, that Haidon wanted to get Bale Multiplier there, and he has this big tractor, no narrow tires, and he got caught in the grain, which slowed him down. And then he got on foot, and he realized he was going to run out of time, and he couldn't get all the way to the Bale Multiplier, which was further away, so he settled for Crazy Tool. But, yeah, not the best execution by these teams so far in these first 2 rounds, and teams that we have seen compete at a really high level in their own right.
I think a lot of time has been, in a way, lost, as they have been just, fiddling with the grain, to be honest. I mean, I honestly think that's just, of course, my opinion. But I really think that they should have been able to, put more bales inside already. Because we only have 5 minutes, so they have been playing for 10 minutes, and we have just in couple bales after the initial one. Only 2, 3, okay, now it's more coming in. But still, I think that a lot of time and effort was going for the grain game. But there we have it. So Vermeer's getting 1 more inside. That's going to be 335. So the gap is 115. I can still do the math. Sometimes the caster math is not the best one. But this time we're going to be succeeding on it. Okay, if I'm completely honest, I just saw the numbers on the screen and I said what I said. I said what I saw. So I actually didn't calculate anything myself anymore at that stage. But that's the safe way of doing it. So, but we'll see if the Herman, as he seems to be heading for which bridge he's going to be choosing. No, he's going to take the, I think that's not the safe route, but it's, I mean,
the safer route. Yeah, these seem safer. Honestly, the drawbridges are starting to seem safer than the Stonebridge in Season 4, if I'm honest, especially with the amount of bottleneck we've seen. This is the most action on drawbridges we've seen today because there's no bottleneck in play. Both these teams have gone with Unstoppable. Herman are not in a great position. Like, they're in a better position than they were last game as far as the gap in the score, but they don't have the bale advantage. They will get 2 extra points per bale as the super drop is spawning, and we've seen bottom boost a lot today.
Yeah,
and we've seen it again here. I'm not sure that's really going to be that beneficial. I feel like it's just a waste of time to go get it at this point because
Herman took it right on the nose of Vermeer,
just at the last second. Yeah, so Vermeer's just wasted time to get that, really. So nice bit of disrupt by Herman. But the thing is again, here comes a drop that's not really going to be fully utilized. There was only 3 bales sitting there for Deflo to put into the bottom.
And they only have 4.
Oh, they're only down by 2 now, so that did help them close the gap. But now look at the bale difference all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is hard.
Vermeer has 7 extra.
Like, I mean, they are showing some light on the situation, but just the stats currently are on the bales. It's not really looking that good for Herman, to be honest. I don't want to be the negative one, but we've got to face the facts as well. As Vermeer, they are just successfully stacking the bales all the time to either of the doors on the barn. And Herman, they just don't have the numbers currently on bales.
Right. So Tasky, I'm really glad you're enjoying your first experience of the Farming Simulator League, and you've got some really good questions for a newcomer.
But my guess would be that a wheel requirement is never going to be a thing because most people have a controller and a mouse and keyboard, even if they're just a PC gamer. But if you were to ever require like having a wheel, then that's a cost, a barrier of entry just based on the cost that it would take to get a wheel set up. So yeah, you can use a controller if you get permission. You can use mouse and keyboard. I'm really amazed by the skill that these players have using mouse and keyboard to play in the Farming Simulator League, because from day one of me playing regular Farming Simulator back in 2016, once I found out I could use a controller to drive, I've never looked back.
I mean, when we're going to do the scrims, Kermit, I do have a simulator rig at home, so I'm waiting to see how my Simu Cube is going to work with the Formula wheel with a tractor. I'm going to be definitely driving with that, but that's a discussion for another time. 1 minute and 40 seconds, and I mean they're pretty close to the points, and the bale situation is actually pretty even as well. So Herman has been, gaining some momentum here and getting some more bales, or at least on the stat sheet. So let's see. I think this comes all the way down to the final stackings. So even one bale dropping from the belt, for example, it can change the situation.
Yeah, I think you're like the only thing that really can save Herman at this point with a minute 15 to go is if Vermeers makes a mistake and Herman get all 9 of these bales in, but Vermeers doesn't get all of theirs.
Looks complicated.
That's a little bit sketchy for sure. Nightos, though, getting that one on. He's got a minute to go, though, and really Herman needs to get every single one of these into the top, and there's five. There's 5 sitting there, 3 more coming in. I don't think all of these are getting into the top, and that's going to end up costing Herman. They're now down by almost 130 points, 133. So it looks like Vermeers is going to be moving on, and if you're just joining us and you missed the news at the beginning of this, the potential opponents for the winner of this that would be going on in the quarterfinals tomorrow, those 2 teams for some reason did not show up today. So whoever advances from these 2 gets a bye into the semifinals and just a nice 50 circuit points minimum tomorrow, no matter what they do. And it does look like it's going to be Vermeers who they got 50 points last month. Ooh. And they're going to get a minimum of 50 again this month by winning this and knocking off Herman. So congrats to Vermeers Flamboyance, and Vermeers coming out strong yet again in Season 4.
Yeah, it's definitely, stronger series from Herman. The gap is only 40 points. I mean, on the first game, it was so much bigger. So definitely better job from Herman. And for a while, I mean, at the end, they still managed to get like 60 points, inside the last 10 seconds. But then, of course, Vermeers, they were putting the bales in as well. So there was a moment when the gap was only 1 point, actually, inside of the 10-second mark. But then Vermeers, they managed to get those bales inside as well. But definitely, I mean, a great showing for Vermeers. And I'm really happy for Herman that the second game, it was so much smaller, the gap. Otherwise, the showing, just based on the first match, would have been a little bit different.
Yeah, and I feel like really both of those teams had some mistakes that they'll want to clean up whenever their next match takes place. For Herman, it won't be until next month. For Vermeers, it'll be tomorrow. But, I mean, both teams really made mistakes in that previous round, but I go back to Herman getting Crazy Tool, and if they were able to fully utilize that Crazy Tool because Vermeers messed up as well, they would have had the bales to win, even if they put them into the bottom. So that's just food for thought, and I know they're fully aware of that, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and get some practice in again to try to clean up some of those mistakes. We're going to have a break here in just a moment. We'll be back with more action coming up. It's Astragon versus Agrol when we're back. We are
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey, there's Alex.
Opposite to the last ad break where no one
We
knew
are
whether
back.
to talk. This time we
There he
all
goes.
went for it.
So we're gonna see replays here in a moment of the last matchup, Vermeers versus Herman. But I'm having to look through at like the results elsewhere. And last month's final, Trelleborg knocked off Bednard. They're going to be facing off tomorrow in the quarterfinal. So early on tomorrow, we'll see the top two teams in the standings squaring off. So that's going to be an interesting one. So far, Lindner are in tomorrow. Vermeers are in tomorrow. They're going to make the semifinal by default. So that's a huge win for them. We're going to see the highlights from it here in a second. And then I'm still waiting on some of the other results to update. Really interested to see who wins out between Vultra and My Insanity as well and moves on to tomorrow.
I was looking through the results from earlier game today for some other matches. Trelleborg scored a 1,300-point game earlier today. They are just on fire.
That was a great first bail by Haidon. Vermeers played a good game, but I don't think it was... I think we saw better gameplay from them last month overall compared to this. But they moved on, and it was a huge win for them, considering what was at stake.
How did he get stuck that way round in there?
So what happened there, I think, is he also had a disconnect right after that happened. So I think there was a lag spike or something, and he ended up crashing when this happened and then disconnected. Was able to get back in, but luckily for him, Vermeers were out to a significant lead when it happened, almost 300 points. They just absolutely controlled that first round.
It was an impressive game from Vermeers, that first one. Just pulling out a massive lead like that out at the back. And the moment they disconnected it, and as you said, if they'd done all that hard work and couldn't reconnect in that 3 minutes, that would have been heart-wrenching.
But they got it still in the end. And of course, I mean, we saw the great first bail on the first game, but also the second one was good. It was even better. So both first bails from Vermeers. And I think all the first bails for Vermeers also in the last tournament, they have been very good. So Vermeers, I can call them a first bail specialist so far.
And they are a cracking team. They are doing so well. I'm sorry, Weatherman. I know it was against the South African team that Trelleborg won, and I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, Weatherman says, thanks a lot. Rub it in, Virtual Farmer. Yeah, that was a significant dismantling that Trelleborg put on Far Out Esports, rather. The thing is, as well, like I'm not sure what kind of ping they're dealing with there, but that might have come into play because those are some pretty low scores. But, you know, when you come up against Trelleborg, like even if you bring your A game a lot of the time, you're not coming out on top. You've got to bring like your A++ game.
To be honest, I hadn't looked at Far Out scores. And yeah, wow. Okay. But it was more that we were talking about earlier how the scores overall have been lower this season. And that, you know, people were scoring more 1300s and that kind of level last season. The fact that Trelleborg are still able to score a 1300, even with the reduced
I'm more
points
impressed
overall.
by them this season, to be honest. Like even if they're not quite getting to the same like point total, like they're consistently dominating in what is a lot harder of an arena, in my opinion, this year. So
you've got them at a massive disadvantage, I think it is, and that's where the whole disruption thing comes in. You know, you've got to make it really, really hard for Trelleborg to score points, or they are just going to score lots and lots of points.
There we go. We do have the last match up of the day. And of course, we have Astragon versus Agral, as mentioned. And of course, they're battling from the spot on the final stage. And that's going to be a quarterfinal spot for now because they don't have the same kind of a situation as what we had on the last match lineup, that there would be some missing teams. So these guys will be heading straight towards the quarterfinals. And that's what's on the line.
And we're seeing a very recognizable set of bands here from both teams, to be honest. Both the higher powered hair wheel tractors have gone, and both of the telehandlers.
Yeah, the case is gone. We have seen that has been a very popular choice today amongst the other teams. So this time it's not going to be on the play. And now we have the captain's picks coming in, Bottleneck, Ideal, and then New Holland and Case Baylors. We saw bottlenecks on the previous match as well. We didn't see them earlier.
Bottleneck has become a very, very popular choice. It does seem to be shaking out as the preferred perk go for by teams at the moment.
And there we have the player picks under pressure. Runner, Baltran, John Deere. No big surprises with the utilities, the perks. I mean, Archimedes for both sides, of course. So now we just wait for it. Last picks.
Going for a higher powered tractor or yep. So oh wow, that couldn't be more symmetrical or more identical if they tried, really.
Yeah, the colors are like even the same, exactly the same order.
Nice.
My more structured eye is gonna be loving that. I mean, even my wife would apply for those would be on the bookshelf.
The only difference between them is the balers that they have both reserved. But to be honest, to reserve those balers, both cost the same. And once you even out the fill volume versus the speed, they're pretty similar balers between that New Holland and that case. So yeah, not a lot in it.
And there we go. So this comes all the way down to individual skill, of course, as the picks are quite much similar kind. So let's see, Baff is going to be heading for the baler. We can see Damien going for the other pad. Bam Bam seems to be also looking for a baler. And we can see already people getting harvesters out of the pads. Is there somebody stealing something?
Stole 2 harvesters right out from under Astragon's nose. That is not good for them. They're going to have to run over and find another one.
Yeah, Baff is definitely set up for the first bale. So he's right there next to the breaches. We can see Elite Cafe going and pick another harvester then because the one is going to be taken under his nose. But I'm pretty sure that we do have the first bale from Angrel soon already in because they were so close. I'm expecting it to be 139-ish, or we'll just have to wait and see. But that should be pretty close to that amount of points. But there he missed it. That's the problem. Okay, he didn't miss it. It's going to be just a little bit late from the baler. So it's going to be less than 130, but it's going to be still a good start. Okay, 136. So it was not so far away from 139. I think I started doing some forecasts on these.
Astragon coming in with their first bale now. Bam Bam bringing that in. I think he got about a 1-1-ish.
Oops.
Oh, if he not 118. So yeah, just missed as he was going past.
I'm just wondering how often you see those Zeppelins on the sky, on the above the fields on the Alps. I mean, they used to be quite popular, when you go back, like, let's say, like 20, 30 years on the, or maybe on the 70s, on top of the, like audience events, like festivals and stuff like that. But you don't see those that often these days anymore.
No, that is the FSL blimp.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have Big Pig anymore, which is we do get calls for every so often.
Okay. But you gotta have something.
In the previous version of FSL, we had giant inflatable animal balloons on the map.
Yeah. Oh well.
And yeah, one of them got named Pig.
40 seconds to go for the first drops. The grain collected by the both sides, of course. And then we'll see how the grain game is going to be played. But the amount of it's pretty fair currently. Both sides having the about the same amount, 20 seconds, and then we'll see what's going to happen with the drops and everything. And kind of like the whole momentum is building up. And there we go. The sixth sense has been activated, so we can easily see where the drops are coming in. And a couple seconds only, and then we know what they are.
And there we go. Bridges raised and bale dropped. So considering the bridges, almost all the bridges are raised anyway, because both have gone for bottleneck, I expect either team that gets them to go for the bale drop.
So the other one is the Terminator's Curse. Oh, the only Bridges of Doom. But the Bridge of Doom, only one of those exists on both sides. And we can see Agrol, at least they are moving around that area. We can see also Astragon's player kind of like harvesting nearby. They still have 25 seconds to pick them up. So we'll see if somebody will take something. But I mean, both of them are like, fine, but they're not like a huge game changers. Yes, the Breach is going to do some kind of a small delay, but it's just a couple seconds per bale. So it's not going to change the whole world. Instead, Agrol's going to go and start unloading the grain.
Agrol have picked up the bale drop. I think they had a bale delivered near their team barn. As a result, so they have one less bale to transport.
Both sides are unloading it. Astragon, well, they think that is enough, but the Agrol, they have more. They still have 20k waiting, and we can see Astragon also Bam Bam leading from the scene. Baff is going to leave as well, so they're going to leave it on 2.0. They're going to be fine with it. They're not going to start challenging each others, and yeah, so we'll just have to wait and see. Bales are slowly but steadily coming out, and it's just, building the whole 8-minute situation once again. That's we quite rarely see much things, happening before the 8-minute mark these days.
Bam Bam now running to go and get his track from the top. It looks like we almost had a harvester rush.
Yeah. I mean, for a while it seems that he needs to go, the nature calls. Has to go behind the tree for a while. But that is, of course, not the case. These are virtual characters. They don't have such needs. But for a while, it really seemed that, okay, I gotta go, just a couple seconds. Please wait. Don't leave me here. It is what it is.
Oh, Lordy.
I mean, he was running on top of the hills, hiding from the other.
He's grabbed his tractor and he's back on the field.
Yeah, he's back on the field. Okay, but yeah, 1 minute 20 seconds. The grain is evening meanwhile, so we can see Astragon now getting more of it, so that's going to be closing to 30k, which also Agrol has it. The bale situation actually is just slowly turning on the side of Agrol, so they have now 6 versus 2. It's not like a huge deal breaker for now, but yeah, if they're going to keep the same momentum, then during the next couple of minutes, that can definitely build a situation, because now what Agrol starts doing is they start moving those closer to the barn, then they see if there's going to be like a bale multiplier or whatever coming from the drop, and if they can get a benefit out of it.
So neither team with an obvious advantage at the moment. On maybe bales, there are 10 bales out there for Agrol, whereas Astragon only have 6 created so far.
Every time when there's a tractor with 3 bales at the front, I'm always thinking about these days, like, can they fit it? Or will they just, touch the sides of the bridge a little bit, and will that cause some unwanted action? But I mean, we haven't seen a lot of mistakes since the first game of the day, so let's, in a way, hope that it's going to stay that way as well. The drops have been spawning, and Crazy Tool and Grain Multiplier are available. And it's going to be Astragon, kind of like drive by, getting the Grain Multiplier, and we can see Reno at the same time unloading. Both sides actually will get the multiplier, and they had pretty much the same amount of grain as well. We can see Astragon just unloading the rest of it, and it should be a small benefit for them. So 2.1, yeah, just a small one, but it's still a benefit.
That is an extra 2 points for every bale, which seems not that much, but actually can make quite a significant difference, especially if you're delivering bale for bales. So yeah, this might be a big problem for Agril, especially as they don't have a massive advantage on the on that first bale point.
Well, Agril starts getting some stuff on the belt, gonna be getting a couple more points. We'll take the kind of like the early lead. They had it already, but they're gonna be increasing the gap a little bit, and they will get some more of the bales here. So it seems that the they will still execute the same strategy which they had earlier, even though I think they were counting on the fact that they will get a better multiplier for themselves, you know, because they also got the grain multiplier. But yeah, it is what it is. So now we just have to wait and see. But Astragon, they haven't started loading the bales. They still have 139, so they haven't been, you know, getting that much stuff on the belt, and it's coming 6 minutes only on the clock, and they haven't like done much since the first bale.
Delivering bale for bale, Agril's advantage from the first bale will disappear after 9 bales. So there was an 18-point difference, and at the moment, Astragon are making extra 2 points bales. So yeah, 9 bales is all it's going to take for the entirety of Agril's advantage to disappear. Ooh, Reno needs to pick up his front weight. There's going to be slowing him down, something chronic.
Yeah, he's trying to. And there we go. But the...
That is not the way to drive with the front weight on.
It's sometimes you just forget things, especially when you're in a competitive environment. I mean, when the players have pressure on them, you can do some silly mistakes, and you know, after watching the tournament broadcast, maybe on replay later on the evening or something, then you're gonna be having some of those face palm moments.
Make it?
I think it was pretty much on the edge. I think it can still make it, but I'm not completely sure. But I think it can still make some points. But there we go.
Now, bale numbers are evening up a little bit, which is not great for Astragon, because they need to have more bales. Well, they don't need to have more bales because they do have that advantage, but they need to make sure that they have enough extra bales to close that bit of gap that does exist there. That must be slowing Reno down. That's certainly going to be causing Reno a problem going over the Bridge of Doom. Or Kermit's Curse, as was being referred to.
Yeah, I think there's so many names for it already. It's, I think it was... there we go. That's the...
that didn't scare anybody.
The cursor himself. A little bit spooky though, but luckily we recognize Kermit's voice. It was not the director.
Lord Baylor, right? I have a note on my sheet about this one. This delivers X number of bales, so I don't know how many that. 2 bales delivers 2 bales straight into the top of Astragon's bale barn, so they immediately score on those bales.
Yeah, so no harm picking that up, just the upsides only. Looking how the bales are positioned next to the belt, I think Agril, they had like a little bit more structure maybe on the all the action the last time I saw. So I think they were like you know, dropping the bales closer to the belt. You know, it's faster to put them on the belt when you don't have to move that much. So in a way, Agril, they seems to be like more structured, and they are now getting some bales in. So they have been also stacking them, and they're still leading by 1 point.
But I was going to say, there goes Agril's advantage and Agril's lead. They cannot keep up now, bale for bale. This is where this 2.1 multiplier starts really coming to effect. Doing bale for bale, you will see Astragon just pull away, and it's already happening.
Well, now it comes to the logistics. 2.5 minutes remaining. We can see some bales being collected here outside of the barn area on the other side of the bridges. That's gonna be 3 of them. So if they can just get them on the front, doesn't seem to be the case. Can they still get the last one? Yes, they can. So Damien will do the magic tricks with the tractor, and now the wide load all the way to the bridges. We'll see what kind of a success Bath also having, by the way, 2 in the front and I guess 3 at the back. So that's going to be a lot of bales. And I really think the Daggers, like I said, that their efficiency is better. And now when they get these next to the belt, if they can get those inside, that's going to be 160, 150 points. And we just have to see what will be the kind of like the defensive strike from
was
Astragon's
trying
side.
to go for the combo onto there, which would be really useful for them. I mean, that would make a big difference to Agral. But they're going to have to get this just right to meet it.
Yeah, but the gap is now 100 points in a very short time frame. So Astragon was stacking the bales on the belts, and Agral now they're doing the same. So they are, I would say, like 15 seconds, 20 seconds later with the movements. And suddenly, Astragon actually, they have been able to get a lot of points on the board. Agral is now catching up. But the time, once again, will be of the essence, as Damien will start doing that very careful work with the bales. That's going to be 2. The 1 is very close to the edge, but I think it's still going to go inside.
Agral needs to get every single bale in here. If they get every single bale in, they can win. Especially as Astragon are making errors, but so are Agral.
Yeah.
It's going to go down to the wire here.
Both sides dropping 1 bale.
There are more bales here for Agral.
Yeah,
and it's enough to close this gap.
We'll see. It's going to be getting close. I really can't call. I mean, what I would love to see is would be kind of like have the boat at the same time, side by side, at the last minute when you can see the bales and the tractors and the movement. Then you could actually like have a very good understanding. Reno actually having a small problem with the Bridge of Doom.
There's not enough time. There's not enough time here for Agral to win this. Oh no, there's 3 points in it. Reno just has to get this bale in and not get stuck.
No, they don't have the time. There was a 1 bale going for Astragon as well, and they cannot make it.
No, it's not enough. Oh, they had the bales.
I mean, they managed to stuck 1 on the lower side, and Astragon at the same time had 1 on the belt. So I think that there was definitely a chance for both of the teams to get the victory, but in the end, Astragon will be claiming the victory from the first match of this best-of-3 series.
Wow. One bale up the top. That was all it would have taken for Agral to win that. And we knew it was going to come down and be close, but wow. Ooh.
Yeah, that's the first one. So then we'll see what's...
That's a nice close match.
Yeah. I think it's
I didn't realise that none of the matches today so far have been to 3 rounds. Yeah, so everything that we've had on here have been 2-round matches. That has been the closest first game we've had today. So this very easily go one way or the other and go to a third match. Very easily.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, we had a 1 game which went to the 3 rounds. Or 3, didn't we? As far as I do remember.
Yeah, Lindner versus Power Team Eastward. You guys
Lindner, yeah, sorry, Lindner versus, yeah, my bad.
It's Power fine.
Team did get that 1,000 pointer in the first one.
No, we're just gonna, you know.
Seems a world away now.
I mean, of course, as we are having to cast the curse, now it's our job to always remind you about the mistake all the time. No, you were wrong, Alex. You were wrong.
I forget things. Damn it. Have it in front of me as well. That's the annoying thing.
No, I think what we need, Alex, we need some kind of like a, force mute button on Kermit. He's just like spooking there on the background all the time, like watching our backs and, having his comments.
He wants in on this final game.
Yeah. I mean, what we call that in Finland, that's the backseat driver. No, it's fine.
Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat if you want a chance to win that fantastic looking press box. Currently sitting between our 2 German casters today. Yeah, Fielden's now correcting me on my mistake as well.
What I think we
Oh,
need is that
man.
now when we have Kermit there on the background, even though he's currently muted, but I'm expecting that when there's going to be a next accident at the bridge, there's got to be some kind of a spooky sounds coming from the back. Like, ooh.
Oh,
Well, there we
it's
go.
very warm in my studio right
Heading
now.
for the next game. So Astragon versus Agrol, the second game. And of course, Astragon starting with the 1-0 lead. So either if Astragon's going to win this one, then they will be heading towards the quarterfinals. And if Agrol wins, then they will force
I
the
think if
series
Astragon
on the
play
third
like-
game.
I think if Astragon play like they did in that last round, then they should win this. It was a good tight game they played, and that's why they that's why they eventually overcame it. But it was close, and that 2.1 multiplier really paid off for them. It closed the gap they had on first fail, and it's the thing that kept them going ahead the whole way through the rest of it. So I think they'll be looking to duplicate that advantage and that bit of disruption again as well.
Well, the bands are there, no surprises really, and the captain's big face. We can expect the bottlenecks, I guess. Yeah, ideals. Oh, Crone big pack. That's a change.
That have a different. Let me have a look through my stats. Does that have a different number of points to select that? To get that Grown Baylor, nope, it's still the same amount of points to pick it as the New Holland and the case. In fact, it requires more horsepower than the case, but works at the same speed and has the same fill volume. It has a slightly wider width to pick up, so you'll pick up more straw with it. I don't see a massive advantage with using it beyond that, because most teams are really good at keeping on the middle of the straw slots. So
the same color straight for both teams here for the players. Just gotta love it. John Deere, Ferguson, Valtra, Runner, Archimedes under pressure, exactly on the same order. And that's the same. So now we'll be starting the second match.
I think it would be really disruptive to ban that Massey Ferguson tractor. Because that's a really good all-rounder, that Massey.
Well, the huge rush for the pads is going to start once again. As we can see, Agrol players, Damien actually getting a little bit stuck on the gate, but nothing major. Bath is just going to run through the small pond there.
Both going for that New Holland.
Yeah, he's going to take the New Holland. There's going to be Astragon actually stealing it.
Gone.
Unfortunate.
Astragon.
Unlucky, I would say.
Bath overshot that ever so slightly. And the result of it was that, he missed out on grabbing that New Holland Baylor.
Yeah, and that's going to affect the first bail, if I'm not completely wrong.
2 ideal combines out there for Agra.
Yeah, so let's see. Bam Bam seems to be the first bail deliver for the Astragon side. We can already call it. It's not going to be a record run. Baff is going to be there a little bit earlier, it seems. But I think it's going to be actually pretty much tied. But he needs to go for the longer way. But anyway, so as we can see, it's already under 14 minutes on the clock. So this is going to be 120, maybe 118. But anyway, it's like below 130, that's for sure. So we'll see what's going to be the scoreline here. It's going to be quite late, to be honest. So the score's going to be pretty much the same, 121, and Bath might be a little bit, well, seems to be lower. Did he miss it?
Missed.
Yeah, it's right there, so he needs to stuck it inside with a weight, and that's a 9-point difference.
So less than last time, and going in the other direction.
But yeah, 9 points, that can definitely make a difference. So now we just have to wait and see. Astragon, they managed to win it even without the advantage on the previous match, so that's good to remember. So basically on a paper, they are in a better shape than what they were on the previous match. But yeah, we know things can happen. It's not so straightforward. It's not black and white. There's a gray area as well. And now we just have to wait and see how Agril's gonna exploit that gray area.
And they've emptied their ideal, have Astragon, and now they're going to empty the New Holland. So slightly higher grain capacity on that ideal, which gives a very slight advantage to Agril.
Yeah, it's a very hard to say. I mean, 9 points is it can be nothing, but it can also be everything. So because it all comes down to the fact like how many bales they have on the end and how tight is the score situation. We have seen score lines with a gap of 300. So then the the first bale is not going to mean anything basically on that situation. Also, I think on the last tournament we saw situations when they didn't get the first bale at all, and there was a 100-point gap, and it was still a pretty close game. Speed limit and bridges lowered are here for now. For 50 seconds still available. Yeah, they definitely will make some kind of a difference, but yeah, no deal breakers to be honest.
And speed limit has been picked up by Agril, while speed limit has been picked up by both teams. So both are running a little bit slower now. Can't see the exact facts that it is. I think it's 20% slower that Astragon are running by, and is that 20? I think that's 20% slower that Agril are running by as well. So yeah, this is going to slow them both down by a fifth.
Yeah, there we go.
Their work speed specifically.
Unloading of the grain happening, and actually Astragon now leaving it there as Agril can still unload it. So they will get a slight advantage for the multiplier, but they are gonna leave it on 2.0, so they will not make it 2.1 or anything like that. They will just leave it there, and that's fine. So 2.5 minutes. Maybe they are saving it for the 8-minute mark. If there's gonna be like a silo close or something, or grain multiplier that they can work on the to get the multiplier as their advantage.
Avoiding the weeds there, Caffey was.
Yeah, Baff is he's gonna find something, and the nature is not calling him. The hardware, the shiny, beautiful tractor is calling, not the nature.
He needs to get bale in with it. He needs to press some bales out into nice, wonderful straw cuboids.
Yeah, somebody left it on the side of the road. Who it might have been. So there we go. They have the baler. Baff has the baler as well. And we do have Bam Bam. He has the New Holland. I do enjoy the blue color. The yellow color, to be honest.
And that is a very nice looking baler. It really is.
I mean, there's definitely somebody might be saying something about this, but the shape of the baler. When you look at the front, it's a little bit similar as the shuttle from Star Trek.
Maybe that's why I like it. That's a distinct possibility as to why I like it.
Yeah, but you see it. I'm not imagining it.
I do see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rio Grande. Okay, let's not go into details. There might be some sci-fi fans here, some might not be, so let's try to keep it on the farming simulator related, but there's definitely some kind of similarities with it. And 40 seconds, and then we do have the 8-minute drops.
Once again, things descend into Star Trek FSL.
Once again.
Caffey is heading up at the sell point to deliver the grain. And he said something that was way too likely to make me burst into tears of laughter there. So he's going to deliver the grain. Meanwhile...
Yeah, it's the. I mean, both teams are pretty much even with the bales and the grain. And now we have the drops, bale multiplier, and grain multipliers. That's a tough call. What would you pick?
If you're going disruptive, you go grain multiplier.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they have people waiting on the silo. At least the other team, I didn't see if both actually. Yeah, they do have both players on that area. So and they both have 30k of grain. So if both will go for the grain multipliers, yeah, and now they will start unloading it. But there's no reason why Astragon couldn't pick the same and start doing it and like counterfeiting the whole situation.
No one is there for Astragon. Astragon are caught. Yeah,
stopped.
Are caught behind. That is not good. There we go. In multiplier picked up by Astragon. And Astragon are actually at a bit of advantage here. They could drop all of their grain and get it all in under this multiplier because Agril already dropped some grain. And Agril have driven off.
Yeah, I mean, they both had 30k, so it's going to be 2.0, so it's exactly even. They just, both picked it up and they both dropped 30k, so it's going to put the situation back to normal. But now Damien from Agril is going to start piling the bales, so they realize that, okay, we don't have the advantage, we got to stock these in anyways. Just like Terminator, the bales are going boldly where no bales have gone before.
Point scoring.
Yeah. But there they are, bales on the belt. Yeah, okay, the bales have gone on the second floor on the pass as well.
There's the name of the bridge. It's the Wrath of Kern.
Let's see. Baff is at least gonna get on the other side, so the rat is not having an effect at all. Let's see. Baff starts put them on the bridge. Not on the bridge, on the belt. Oh, 5.5. Astragon having a slight lead.
Oh, and Aggro dropped a bale off the side of their conveyor. That's going to cost them a few moments.
All this Star Trek nonsense gonna just keep me thinking about Star Trek quotes already. So I do have a feeling that tomorrow might be a bad day. But yeah, Damien just putting it on the belt.
We'll go boldly.
And while let's see, Powermatse, he's gonna put those 2 bales on the belt. They're gonna say engage.
It's gonna make it up there, squeeze through. If it can just cling on, it'll be fine.
Yeah, just make it so. Okay, I'm gonna stop now.
Was Klingon a reference there, or was that just a coincidence?
Well, yes, yeah, it was a really bad one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop doing it. So, Alex, you do the remaining 4.5 minutes. I'm just gonna shut up. Okay, 400 points for Astragon, so they are having the, I'm not going to say early lead, but the late lead, 4.5 minutes. But Agril, they have the bales, the multiplier is the same, there we go, they're going to start closing the gap, but what we can see around the belt, there's only a couple bales around it, so they haven't been, delivering them next to the belt. There's one next to the Bridge of Doom, as we do have the 4-minute drop coming in.
This could change everything. Bottom boost again!
Yeah, we have seen that so many times. I mean, they're just getting those boosts out of the replicator.
Have we had a match that... I think we've only had one match that hasn't had bottom boost.
I think that's the case. Yeah, I think that's the 3rd time that I'm seeing
it. Which was Lord Baylor, I think was.
Yeah. Lord Baylor,
and that
I have
was
seen
last
once.
Game.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think we've had some boost all day.
True.
Wow.
But I mean, Astragon, they are now getting some bales in, 3.5. Agril is getting them close to the belt, and they are putting them. They didn't have the bottom boost. Astragon actually had it. And Agril
we've
was
had one
putting
game
them...
that's had multi switch.
Yeah, but I mean, Agril actually put the bales on the 1st floor, but Astragon had the... they had the... the first level, the lower barn door advantage.
5:01 to 3:62 with 2 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock. This is a proper uphill struggle for Agril now.
But they have the bales. So Damien just needs to, stack them. I mean, Power Matze, of course, doing the everything in his powers as well.
They don't have the bales at their back at their barn. That's the trouble. They've still got to get them back.
Yeah, but there's more coming. We can see in the background.
Astragon are doing the same. Oh, that's not good. That is not remaining on that conveyor, that side one. In fact, it thankfully for them fell off, so he is able to get it.
I think there's definitely a chance for Agril to actually catch this up.
462 to 561. So 99 points in it at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's going to come all the way down how efficiently the teams can deliver the bales and how efficiently Damien, for example, here is going to be piling them up. That's going to be 40 points more, so that the gap is going to be about 60 points. Of course, Astragon at the same time try to do everything on a similar pace. So
I think this is very much at the moment Astragon's to lose. They need to get bales on there. They need to be stacking the bales on. They've got a minute and a half, and they still have a significant lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at
you can see they're
these
coming
bales,
in and they're getting them on there. They've got the bales to do this.
It should be enough, unless of course something catastrophical happens that you get them sideways,
or you get them on the conveyor right, and
that's
those
a close
are
one.
Not going in.
I don't know. It's gonna be close.
Watch
they're gonna drop.
Side.
That might cost a lot.
They need to avoid that.
Yeah, just 1 minute. I mean, Agril, they have a chance. Those two bales, they can change the whole setup. These two, they gotta close the gap to about 40 points. Yeah, I don't know. Do they have the time? And how many of the bales they can stuck on the first floor? That's another question as well.
There, 30 seconds on the clock. There's enough time for Astragon to get the bales they've got here on there, and if they get them on, that is gonna be enough.
This is looking good now.
Keep Agril and here Bam Bam bringing more bales in, trying to get the bales in the bottom that fell off. There's just it's closing, but I don't think it's enough. 10 seconds. The bales that are being put on the conveyor now are not going to go in.
Yeah,
I don't think it's enough.
It's not. We're so close. Not. One bale would have changed the whole situation. That one bale on the belt for Agril, that would have been, because the gap is like, I think 19 points if I saw it right. Yeah. So that one bale, which was about 1 meter from the barn doors,
would one bale
20
in the bottom,
points.
A faster first bale.
Yeah.
First bale was a 9-point difference. Would have changed it to just 10 points, and that's a bale in the bottom.
But this was definitely a tight series. Astragon will win the series 2.0 and will proceed on the quarterfinals for tomorrow. So congratulations to Astragon. And what I want to say to Agril, definitely a very good challenge. They did a great job, and they definitely kept Astragon, doing their best all the time. There was no slack at all. And Agril definitely, I mean, they tried everything, but very close games, both of the matches from the series.
I don't think either team had any obvious mistakes or anything in there. There's a couple of bales falling off the side of the conveyor, which is never ideal, but under pressure, that kind of small mistake gets made. But yeah, both teams otherwise very tight ship. I think they played really, really well.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that means Astragon now will be joining the rest of the team on the circuit points leaderboard no matter what they do tomorrow. Same thing for their opponent, DJK Anfeld. So we're pretty much set.
That's true.
For the quarterfinals. I'm looking forward to that tomorrow, but first, let's look at these highlights from the game you guys were just calling.
Let's have
It
a
was a
look.
very careful unloading that Bath did each time. It did cost them a few points doing that. Although they got a 136 in the first game, even with him carefully backing the Bale up.
Mm.
So, yeah, if you can get in there fast enough, it doesn't cost you too many points. But if you go against a team who are really good at doing the click, then yeah, you'll run into trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the whole end game, like on this last game, it was definitely something. I mean, there was so many bails, so many opportunities. There was a couple bails dropping, but they were dropping from the Astragon side of things, so it wouldn't have changed the whole end result. I mean, of course, Agril, they had a couple bails earlier, which dropped away from the belt as well. So I think it was just a single bail. So there was definitely a chance for both of the teams to claim this last game, but unfortunately, just Astragon, they got it, and Agril, they just have to wait for the next tournament.
I want to jump in here and say that I feel like before this matchup, Astragon looked at each other and said, "Make it so."
Make it so.
I had to get one in too. I couldn't let
Yeah.
you guys have all the fun.
Yeah, I mean, I used that already on the previous game, but feel free. Yeah.
Oh, well, my apologies.
Nah. Sorry, I wasn't able to resist. Maybe I'll just, like I said on the end of the game, I'll just shut up for a while.
I will say one thing for Agra. They did manage to close that gap. They had a huge gap in points at one point in that last game, and to take it down to the last 19 points, that's quite a bit of a close that they managed to do. So yeah, well played to them. That was a good showing from those for them, even though they did lose it. I think we may see things from them through the season.
Yeah,
No.
Felden is right. It's Diatka Ehrenfeld. We'll get it right eventually. We'll keep saying these names and we'll eventually get it right. I promise. Someone asked if Bednar played today. They played, but not on stream, and advanced to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Here's our bracket. As a matter of fact, you were just asking.
Tomorrow's quarterfinals. Voltra versus Lindner is the first game tomorrow. Fermi's Flamboyants go straight through to the semi-finals, as neither team that was supposed to come through to play them actually appeared today. So they get a pass through to the semis. Trelleborg versus Bednar. It will be
That's a huge one.
game tomorrow, which is massive. And Diatka Ehrenfeld versus Astragon will be the third quarterfinal tomorrow morning. So yeah, looking forward to those. Those should be some good games, all of those, I think.
There's some massive ones, and I mean, Trelleborg against Bednar being like 1 and 2. They played in the final last month. That's a big one, because if Bednar can get a win there, they would go into first place in the standings, depending on what happens elsewhere, of course, too. But I mean, that's a huge one early on in the season, with top of the standings implications right away in the quarterfinal. Unfortunately, like for my insanity, they came up against Voltra and got knocked out. So they're going to remain on 30 points, but that's a big moment for Voltra, who are currently tied for third place, with Lindner right behind them, tied for fifth place. So it's early, still a lot of tournaments to go after this weekend, but plenty at stake already, not just the points, but the prize money as well.
True. Tomorrow's going to be great. I mean, it's the same starting time, 10 o'clock Central European time. And I'm going to be starting straight with the Valtra game. So I think that the people who are going to be watching here tomorrow, you got to be early, because we have a great game to start the whole set of finals.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
Fermi's Flamboyants, not through any fault of their own, or that's maybe not the right word, because they've got to be happy that they're straight into the semifinal. I mean, what a stroke of luck that is.
Immediately on 100. That puts them immediately on 100 points as well. So
Yeah,
I mean, that really
that's
solidifies their position in in the overall table.
Well, I think we're about to wrap up the broadcast for today. Don't forget to join us tomorrow, like Copter said, 10 a.m. Central European Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time, whatever that equates to for you, wherever you are in the world. And make sure you guys go enter that giveaway for that awesome fan kit sitting right there. Bye, everyone.
And,
we'll see you
yeah,
tomorrow.
Bye.
We'll see you tomorrow. Nice.